Hey, I'm back. It's number two of the triple stream today. So how y'all doing? Welcome. Let me put it on social media real quick. There we go. So this is going to be my regular stream for the day, the open panel stream. The one tonight is going to be for the planetary parade. I saw that, Mr. B. In fact, I was going to play it on the stream today. We're going to watch a few videos, but I decided not to. I was disappointed. I was disappointed in Vance, probably most of all. Trump was being Trump, and Zelensky, I think, held his own pretty well. Um, I think I was most sympathetic to Zelensky. It seemed like they were being bullies, but I don't have the context for it. I just saw like 10 minutes of video. So I don't know what they're there for. I don't know Zelensky's history. I don't really pay attention to Zelensky. I don't have a lot to go off of. So just judging from those 10 minutes, I thought it was handled poorly on by Vance. And Trump, what can you say? And then I also read where he's trying to make English the official language of the US, which I also don't agree with. We don't have an official language, just as we don't have an official religion, and I'm for keeping it that way. And I liked Vance. Vance was one of the things that kind of drew me over to their side. But I don't really know a lot about Vance either. And see him in action today, I gotta say I was disappointed. So that's my thoughts on that. Yeah, it was hard for me to tell because they were accusing him of some stuff too. Like all of it looked like theater to me, but they were accusing him of going to the media, like going in discussions and then running to the media and make it look. And I don't know anything about that. Like maybe he does that, maybe he doesn't. So I didn't know how to evaluate that. I just liked how they were trying to bully him and manipulate him, and he just kept going. He just kept stuck to his what he was there to say, and he didn't let them throw him off. That's what it was. Because what I know about negotiations, and I wish Joshua Jones, if you're still out there by any chance and want to come on and fill us in. Um, oh, Dobez, it has been a while. Um, please do so because Joshua Jones used to work for the State Department and he did negotiations and diplomacy. It it's kind of blood sport. So I think this is the kind of stuff that goes on behind the part of negotiations we don't get to see. We're just getting to see it on camera. Like so the transparency part I appreciated. But I don't think what we're seeing is anything out of the ordinary. I think this is what they do behind closed doors with each other. Like just statesmen in general. I don't have I don't expect I don't know what presidential means. Who sets the standard for what's presidential? To me, that's a gatekeeping, by etiquette device. I don't have expectations of Trump being anything other than Trump. I know what I'm getting with Trump. And so I know what kind of I don't expect what is presidential. Like I don't expect that from any president. I expect them to do their job. I don't expect them to behave a certain way or have a certain personality or demeanor or etiquette. Even with George Bush, I remember he said all kind of stupid shit and he made all kind of public gaffes and everything. Presidential seems like a it's kind of how like middle class people expect you to act a certain way. They expect you to talk real polished and behave very like have I don't like any of that stuff. I think it's a false ideal. I think it's a false ideal, and I think it represents like an agenda that you have for that person. I'm more interested in people how they are. I know how Bush is as Bush. I know how Trump is as Bush. That's all I care about. That the office people project their own standards, their own desired take care, Mr. B. They project their own desired standards onto an office or a title. And then if the person doesn't live up to what they think somebody that has that title should live up to, then they call it not acting presidential or whatever the title is. And I think all of that is social bullshit anyway. It's kind of Karening. So, who at this point is expecting Trump to be presidential? So what if he called Biden an idiot? Called Biden an idiot probably because he thought Biden was being an idiot. Hey, African. Like it's kind of like a false morality or holding somebody up to your standard of morality or behavior that you think they should live by instead of letting them be themselves, whether you like it or not. Yeah, though I haven't opened the panel yet, but when I open it, I'll drop the link and you can definitely come on because it has been a while. I have a few videos I'm going to show first, and then I will open it up. The I don't know how long we'll go. Wad, you that you that excited? You haven't had your fix in a while. You that excited to hop on? Yeah, every now and then I do a little topic or intro, and I have some videos I want to get through today, and then I'll do an open panel. The first one is, oh, hang on, what's going on here? Oh Lord, don't tell me. You too. Yikes. I'm not used to being this in demand. I'm used to being the opposite of driving people away. Daniel Barry is here. Hello. Um, all right, the first video I want to show, this happened on my way to work yesterday. Watch. I caught it live too. We were talking about it on the stream the day before. What does out tonight mean? Like lights out? Do I? Okay, I'll accommodate you and give me like 10, 15 minutes and I'll accommodate you. I was walking to work and this happened. We were talking about this on the stream the day before. And then yesterday morning, I'm walking to work and lo and behold, like a sign out of the heavens, this appeared. Let me just figure out how to share it. All right, take a look, y'all. Why aren't you playing? Why isn't it playing? Hang on, how do I make it play? There we go. Look! We were talking about that too. It's like everything we were talking about on stream, I encountered in real life one day later. Yeah, I was. I haven't seen Grape Ape since the 70s. I was surprised to see him on this building, if that's in fact him. Look at that. Do y'all think that's a chemtrail? We used to see those growing up, and they were always the planes. Like when the jet planes in the sky fly, they leave those behind. Funko Pop, yeah, the Funko factory is like 2 blocks from my house. They're headquartered here. and you can go and tour the factory. You can even fun pop yourself. You can like pick out different features and hair color and accessories, and they can make you a fun pop of your own self. Well, that's what people are saying they are. Is that the chemtrail? Oh, Africa, thank you, a loyal member. We have so few of those. Thank you very much. I'm looking to increase that. Um, yeah, thank you. 2 months. Wow, has it been 2 months already? Um, so every time I see those, I think it's just the exhaust from the jets in the sky or the planes. But people are saying no, it's chemtrail. They're controlling the weather. Loyal for 2 months. We'll see. This is like a mechanical bull. You see how long you can stay on. I lose people all the time. Very loyal people that have been here for years. I can lose like that. So, um, I appreciate the loyalty when it's there, and when it goes, I accept it for what it is. Okay, the other video that I have some Twitter stuff too. This one of them's a video. Also, I'm gonna save some of it tomorrow because I want to look at this. This just came out. It's from Pew Research Center, and it's all about YouTube. YouTube's statistic, well, polling. They polled people about YouTube. And it says YouTube is one of the most widely used of all the online platforms we've asked about in the United States. It marked its 20th anniversary this month. Here are 5 key findings about YouTube from our research. Chopper, hey, Chopper Jeff. So let's learn about YouTube. More US adults use YouTube than any other online platform. They're not using it here. They're not using mine. Anyway, as of 2024, 85% of adults say they ever use YouTube. That exceeds the share who use Facebook, Instagram, and other social media. Look at this. Just look at this graph. YouTube, Facebook, Insta, all the other ones. Twitter's way down here at the bottom. Where's TikTok? TikTok's way over here. Why are people worried about TikTok? Look at the YouTube number. Across age groups, majorities of adults use YouTube, more than 9 in 10 under 50, as well as 86% in my age range. And even among the older people, you get 65%. And what about the kids? Oh, wow, 94, 93%. This is very encouraging. An overwhelming majority of teens also use YouTube. 9 in 10 US teenagers, aged 13 to 17. Although it is down slightly from 95% in 2022. Most teens go on YouTube. I'm not that I'm looking to get the teens. I'm so happy that YouTube has captured the majority of the adult audience because that is my target demographic. Around a third of US adults say they regularly get news from YouTube. This is the new television. They used to go to TV to get their news. Now they're coming to YouTube. And if you get your news from YouTube and you want to come and discuss it or vet it and evaluate it for truth claims and stuff, come here. This is a great channel to do that on. Around a quarter say they get their news from news influencers. Okay, I guess that's it. That's the YouTube stats. All right, let me see if I have any more tweets, and then I want to show this video. I have a few I'm going to save for tomorrow. All right, y'all, this video I just found it so interesting. It's about dolphins. YouTube is as old as you? 2005, huh? Wow, so that was normal. That's like TV was for us. I've never not known having television or a telephone. That was the normal technology that I was born into. All the other stuff came later. And we had movies, movie houses, and radio. So this is dolphins. They pufferfish. They get high off of the pufferfish. They pass it around and they bite on it just enough to release a little bit of the toxin, but not enough to die. And they believe that they do it to get high, and it's a form of social bonding between the dolphins. And I thought how human-like or how human-like it was for dolphins to do that, or how animal-like we are. That there's other creatures in nature that seek out chemical stimulation. And anyway, let's watch the video. Why are we abusing puffers? You have to ask the dolphins, but let's see if we can get some clues.
Pufferfish are one of the most poisonous fish in the ocean. They exude a powerful nerve poison called tetrodotoxin. Even so, the dolphins often look for pufferfish and love to chew on them. Perfect for a game of
They
catch.
don't. The fish don't.
Taken in small doses, the secretions seem to have a narcotic effect. The dolphins are careful not to swallow them. Despite the risks, passing the puffer has become a popular dolphin pastime. Luckily, the little fishes usually survive the strange experience.
Sometimes they don't. Seems like the dolphins are more deadly for the fish than the other way around. So anyway, I just thought it was so interesting that animals are trying to get high. All right, let me see. Do I have anything else? Um, no, I think that is it. I am going to drop the link. We'll get Dolbez up here and whoever else wants to follow him. And Apocalypse, hello. Good to see you today. All right, there it is. Come on up. I don't trust dolphins. Aren't they psychopaths? Don't they just randomly kill animals and they rape female dolphins? Or is that porpoise? I know one of them's supposedly they kill for fun. All right. They're like one of these animals that seem like they look cute and everything, but inside they're really monkeys too sometimes, and cats. All right, please welcome the one, the only, the original
How
Dolbez.
original I am, but
What's up? Well,
I guess
originary, anyway.
okay. So first, I think you're onto something by saying that dolphins are psychopaths. Like, and chimps also seem to exhibit the same patterns. Like for some reason, well, I suppose it could be that we generally don't confer psychopathic behavior to crocodiles. You know, they're just too dumb. Like they kill ruthlessly without any compassion, but we wouldn't call them a psychopath. But chimps and dolphins are close enough in intelligence that we can actually think about that. And I mean, have you seen humans? Like, are we that much better than dolphins and chimps if you ignore sort of the uncultured aspect? Like, are we really that much better?
Well, they haven't created the civilization we have. But I
Yeah,
do know
exactly.
that people that study psychopaths, human psychopaths, they see them as animals, like they're just running off of an animal, a set of animal instincts. They don't really have a higher directing consciousness to it, like a higher moral sense.
And also like something you see is that they physically are different. Like their brains, in their brains, their amygdalas and sort of their entire limbic system is either just completely dysfunctional or at least less functional than it should be than in normal people. They just they are not as sensitive to emotions. Where a normal person might feel disgust at their own actions and stop, the psychopath might just observe that, oh, maybe I should feel disgust at this, and can just dismiss that and go on and rationalize everything, or just go on more basal instincts. Like their
It's more
entire
that, like they don't really
yeah,
overthink much. They just kind of run on whatever their impulses prompt them to do.
that sounds familiar.
It shows how like how much no how much nurture, how much at the mercy of nurture we are. Like if that's how our brain is structured, we don't really have any other option but to behave within the parameters that it sets for us.
Yeah,
More
I mean,
so to me even than cultural programming, which is what a lot of people think determine us. Hey Mike, what's up?
is it a coincidence that Mike always enters chat like a few seconds after I join the panel? Because I've
Just as we're
seen that
talking about
happen.
sociopaths. Now he's here
Of
pretty
course.
regularly actually, and you haven't been here in a week, so I
No, no,
think it
but
is
I
just
mean,
coincidence.
just in general, my experience. I know he's here often, but he seems to come here like a few. Like, okay, so I often know that, okay, it's around this time you're going to stream, and so I join early and I join the panel as soon as it opens. He seems to somehow always come like a few minutes right after it opens. And so I always get the experience of joining the panel, and then I see Mike's comments that, oh, hello. So
So what's
just
the
it.
hypothesis? He waits and he looks for you, and the minute he sees you on the panel, he's like, "Oh, Dolbez is on. Let me go
No,
pop into the
no.
chat."
The hypothesis is very boring. He just joins whenever he likes to, and that is a few minutes later than when I like to join, or when he remembers it's on or whatever. But you
So you
could
both
make
know a
a
good thing when you see it. Your timing is just
exactly.
slightly out of sync.
Yeah, I prefer to get a little closer, and he doesn't. Or maybe I'm just extrapolating this way too much, and it's just a coincidence. It could just be a big cosmic coincidence, but it's more fun to take life as if it has meaning in all the smallest
By making
moments.
up stories, because
Exactly.
just raw fact is not very interesting.
Yeah. Just remember. Uh, thank you. But remember that
What is that icon? Is it a pack of wieners?
no, it's a fire truck.
Oh, far worse. Oh, okay. Yeah, why would they have a pack of wieners emoji?
Well, okay, we can figure out why they would have that too. Like that would sort of fit with the context, I suppose. But
I guess for people having a barbecue, but they could come up with something better than
yeah, yeah, yeah.
wieners.
But where
So
were I?
what's up with you? With how's school? It's been like you said, it's been a while. Well, good because we lost the old Joe, so I guess he can't. Although Dolbez precedes Joe by over a year, if not
Which Joe are we talking about? The one
Joe.
on Nexus streams?
Yeah,
Like, yeah.
Joe.
Okay,
The
okay.
I keep is are there other Joes? That's the only Joe I know.
Haven't you had another Joe on before?
I'm sure we have. Um,
Okay, because I feel like you've
there's only
had it.
one Joe though.
Wait, wait,
Joe.
wait. Okay, there's a name in this whole like in my mind. If I segment off this sort of group, Joe Cool. That's a name I've heard in this context. Like,
Oh
who is that?
yeah, I don't know
That's a Joe.
how people keep the two of them straight. Joe Cool. Why did I think of that? Hey Joe, by the way, you're out there. I saw your video.
But who
Latest
is
one.
who is Joe Cool? His name just
Do
sticks
you
in my
not
mind.
know
But who
Joe
is it?
Cool? Joe
No,
Cool is a legend.
his name just I've heard his name before.
He's the stone black guy that follows the cops around and videotapes them.
Oh, I
He's very
remember
well
that.
known.
I remember you shared a video by him when I was on
In
panel
fact,
once.
he won the biggest panel hopper award this year.
Wait, there's an
So
award show for the panels?
yeah, there was a whole Panelverse awards.
Did you win
I
like the
got
best
nominated
day?
for I don't know, something like new up and coming streamer or something, but I didn't
Ah,
win. But Hank and Bex and Joe Cool all got nominated for panel hopper, and Joe took it.
wait, Bex? Who's that? How I talk to her?
Bex, she's a regular here. Yeah, she doesn't come on panel much, but she's in the chat
Okay.
almost every day.
Okay. I've probably then actually seen her comments and talked to her, but in my mind, I just it's mixed up and sad to say.
We need to do like a panel award for this channel, a channel awards.
Mm.
Look
Well,
at here.
okay. And I'll be honest, do not have a single memory of seeing that name or profile picture before. But by you
Bex is
saying,
legend. Bex is my
yeah,
watch party buddy. We're always in Discord watching stuff.
mm, yeah. So I'm a bit weirded out why I don't have any memories of that, but maybe that's just me. I'm experiencing early onset dementia or
Well,
something.
you are like you're also a full-time student. Your brain is very taxed with information right
Oh
now.
yeah, for sure. But it isn't as if the brain is lacking in storage. It's just
Well, I
I
guess
only
it's
remember
you
what I
remember
consider
what's
important.
memorable,
Yes, exactly. What is
like
important,
Mike.
and exactly the weird synchronicity of Mike's timing. That is something I remember, and a very default profile picture and how he never has anything cool, and also how I've been tagged in like a Mike defaming video or something a few
Oh,
months
right.
ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody made a video of you, by the way. They used you in some kind of internet
Oh,
hate video. I forgot who it was, but yeah. So you showed it. There's always a risk, I guess,
that would
coming
be
on here that you're
fun.
gonna get used in one of my haters' content. Hey, Puffy, what's up? I haven't seen you in a
Oh,
while either.
well, it's okay being connected to you. You know, I don't care about the hate I get from this sphere of life. This sphere of life is it's a side quest in my wider life. You know, whatever happens here isn't that important in the grand scheme of things. You know, and if they suddenly start to throw shit from here into the other spheres of my life, that doesn't really matter either because like would my real friends and real environment actually care and change the opinion based on like, oh, there's one clip where he said that, and I can just,
Right.
okay, yeah, maybe that was wrong, and it's over. It's gone by. You know, the panel versus it's an adventure. It's not my life. You know, it's just a little trip in the
It's
woods.
like a
But
safari park. Yeah.
literally like a safari park. We come. Luckily, though, I'm armed with an elephant gun, which is just the ability to disconnect, which you don't. You're an actual host. You don't have that elephant gun.
Yeah, but I've disconnected compared to my earlier when I got sucked into like the vortex of it. I've disconnected pretty well, and I'm at the I have my little campsite on the periphery, and I managed to just stay in my little zone and not get too affected by it. So
Yeah,
I've learned how to carve out my space in it and do what I need to do here.
you're like when NASA sends up, or not just NASA, but with any space agency they send up satellites, if they're gonna send them out further beyond like the Earth and Moon, they always plan gravity assists. So you fly the probe close to a planet to leech energy off of its orbital rotation. So you sling
Oh yeah.
yourself further, and you gain a bit of energy for every single celestial object you pass. Like that's kind of you in the panel space. You know, you get a bit close to controversy, you just sling yourself out, and
Yeah, that's a very good way of describing it.
yeah, gravity
Harnessed
assisting
its
Jeff.
energy for
Yeah,
my own
exactly.
purposes.
But
What
it's very
speaking
important.
of planets, we're doing the planetary parade stream tonight, but it's already night where you are. Are you able to see the planets?
Um,
All what seven or eight, nine planets or whatever are all aligned tonight. You can see them in the night sky.
Well, I live in the third biggest city in Norway, so light
Uh,
pollution is definitely
yeah, that's
too
the
bad
issue I'm
here.
gonna have too. I won't be able to see it in person.
Yeah, uh, and I'll
But I
probably
think
be
there's
asleep
like
right
five
away.
or six you can see with the naked eye, and then if you have binoculars, you can see the rest. But they're all in a row lined up next to each other tonight. It's called the Planetary Parade, and we're gonna do a stream on it.
Isn't there an Indian festival too connected to it? Because I saw on Twitter, and I won't call it X. Sorry, I saw on Twitter a few days ago or a week ago about this major Indian festival connected to this planetary alignment or something.
Oh, well, let me look. I know there's the Holi Festival, the Festival of Color, but I
Yeah.
don't know if it's
No, no. Okay. Let's just say that I didn't get it recommended in a good spirit because it's mostly racist. Just talking about, oh, look at this parade. It's so stupid. There's just 100 million people out in the streets doing nothing. But like that at least taught me that there is some sort of festival that only happens every 140 years or whatever when this planetary alignment happens. But
oh,
I
is
learned
it
it through
Maha
racist
Kumbh?
Twitter. Don't question me.
Maha Kumbh aligns with the rare celestial event. Let's see.
I I don't know, man. But probably. I'm just gonna throw that out there. You'll
Kumbh
probably have found the one
Mela.
I'm talking about.
It's a Hindu pilgrimage. Um, so wait, you got this off of racist Twitter?
Yeah, they're talking about how degenerate the Indian festivals and ceremonies are. Just masses of people out in the streets, shoulder to shoulder, just pressing on each other, and
Well, have they
so
seen our Mardi
dirty.
Gras, our American festival?
Well, I think these are more pagan Europeans and
Oh,
LARPing
right. You're not in the
Americans.
U. I keep forgetting. Okay, so these are your. I read something the other day. It might have been a tweet. I don't know if I saved it or not, but they were saying that there are no Europeans. There's no European identity or culture. That the highest it rises is the national level.
Um, well, yeah, that is the truth. There is
And that
no
when people say
European.
Europeans, they are misusing a term. I mean, geographically they're
Well,
Europeans, but it's
yeah,
not
yeah.
an idea. It's not anything more than a geographical indicator.
Well, okay, the thing is, you can make groupings of cultures which share values, but as you go up, they share less and less values. So you could start at, Norwegian, if you go up one level, or with Danes and Swedes, we share a bit less values, but still share a lot. So you could say, Scandinavian culture. We can go up a bit more. We include the Icelanders, the Finns, maybe Estonia, and that's Nordic values. And then you go a bit more up, and then you can add Germany, Austria, Netherlands, England, and then that's Germanic values. And we share a bit less, but still a lot. And then you can go up and up, and eventually you'll just arrive at like European civilization, Western civilization. But to call it like there is no unified European culture like you could say in America. There is
Oh,
just
here's the tweet. I see people talking about Europeans. This abstraction is like talking about Africans and Asians, extremely unspecific and misleading. We tolerate it for Americans because it's become synonymous with citizen of the USA, because that's awkward. Oh, friendly reminder that Europe is not a country and there are no citizens of Europe. The would-be citizens of Europe are citizens of France, Germany, etc., not Europe. There is no European national identity, our common story, ethnicity, language. These things only exist at lower levels.
yeah, fully the truth. That is man is preaching, and I feel like I think I've seen that tweet because I remember the exact wording of it, but yeah. So there's some values that all European cultures have in common, but there's no unified European nationality or culture. Uh, you
Not
know,
like there's barely one in the US, but we at least
yeah,
have a shared story, a shared history.
yeah. Like that is not the case. Okay, you can make an argument that sort of the shared American culture, like that sort of shared story, that is on equivalent level to the Latin Europe or Germanic Europe. So at best, you could say that okay, there's one shared culture, shared nationality in America, and then there's maybe two shared stories in Europe, the sort of Germanic sphere and the Latin sphere.
The potatoes and what was the other one? Tomatoes and potatoes.
Or beer or wine. I'm in the middle of beer county, and I like wine better. So I'm gonna get lynched for that if I ever go to the bar and order a.
Well, if you keep hanging around racist Indian Twitter.
Yeah, but I am
Yeah,
I am fine
hang
with being
around
hated
racists, get
by.
lynched.
True. Uh, but at least their humor is actually kind of funny sometimes. It is funny.
Punching down on Indians for their religious
Oh,
festivals.
okay.
That's oh my God, my side, stop.
Okay, no, that's taking it out. But no, it can be funny sometimes. But mostly, I follow that side of Twitter to, you have the classic argument. Oh, you gotta know your enemy. That's a bit cringe way of saying it. Like, I just find it exciting to see people argue and think differently. But it is legitimately an important thing to observe because it's part of the future. It's part of the way how people believe, and you know, I'm on the right, so of course I want to see all the different factions of the right. Even though in my case the most important stuff is what is happening in Norway, but the international scene, the online international scene is still relevant. So I want to see all sides. I want to see both the James Lindsay side and the Nick Fuentes side, even though I'm not
Oh
following
Lord, are
Nick
you
Fuentes.
serious? What? Ugh. It's
Even though
just
I
like,
don't follow Nick Fuentes directly,
but
because
you
he's
peek into that side. I have no interest in what he's doing. That's like tabloid trash. That's there's like a level of
yeah.
television, print media, cinema, etc. that I just have no interest in it. He's in that. He's the social media version of that.
The issue is though that the Groypers, Nick Fuentes' whole America First and that sort of side of Twitter, they intersect sort of with a sphere
How?
I
They
follow.
nobody takes him seriously at all. And plus, didn't he that like sex tape with Destiny come out? I thought the Groypers were blown up over that. I guess not. If they can
I,
survive a gay sex scandal.
Yeah. Well, okay, their leader is Mexican and advocating for white nationality, which, I support that because I believe Hispanics are, at least Spaniards are just as white as French people are, but,
I didn't know you were a white nationalist.
I'm not.
Oh,
Uh,
what you said
but
you support? What do you support?
no, I said he.
Oh,
It's paradoxical. He's a Mexican, and
yeah.
he's for
Yeah, that's another
America
reason I
First,
don't
white
take him
nationalism.
seriously.
Yeah, he's and he preferred Kamala Harris over Trump. Like, I have so many disagreements with Trump, but like it, Kamala Harris can't be better. Like, if that's your fundamental assertion, like that. Hey, Mike,
Which
there's
she's
supposed to be
Indian.
an E there. It's supposed to be E and not A. Trust me.
Well,
I,
why is it Hail
um,
Satan and not Hail? Is it Hail? Hail
because I
Hitler?
assume he's making a Nazi joke, since I mentioned white nationalism, and so you see,
Yeah.
Heil Dolbes, and thus it should be, more German
Oh.
to evoke those classical feelings, and then it should be Heil, Heil, Heil. No, I
Satan.
shouldn't finish it. I'll be honest, I should not finish that.
Because
Hell,
Hail is Roman Latin. It's a
yeah.
greeting, like
Oh yeah, of course it's. But
Ave.
in German, that same word is with an E, and so when you
So
want
when
to
they're
evoke the Nazi
saying
feels,
Heil Hitler or whatever, it's derivative from the Roman Hail.
oh
Oh,
yeah,
okay. It's just the German twist.
yeah, just like the Kaiser in German, that comes from Caesar. The emperor of Germany were called Caesars, the Kaiser. Same with
Mm.
the Tsars of Russia,
Tsar, I
Tsar,
was about to
Kaiser.
say,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
So,
So, and also
which
the word in Norwegian is Kaiser, which also comes from Caesar, and in Swedish it's Kejsare, which is also Caesar. So Hey, I got something better. I got Oreos, double
Oh my!
filling.
Is it the what was those Oreos that came out? The Star Wars ones or something?
No. This is just normal Oreo, double filling, and I got it because there were two for 40, so two for $4, which was an amazing trade. Because yeah, usually one Oreo pack is like $3.4. So
What one single? That look like
yes,
here they come in big trays. It's like big square packs. There, y'all just get one little cylinder of Oreos
yeah, no, you don't understand
and
how expensive
no
things
Kentucky
is.
chicken.
Well, okay, I think we have one KFC restaurant, but that's going to be a Texas fried chicken, isn't it? Because they're moving their headquarters to Texas.
I thought that Norway was the only country without a KFC. You do think you have one?
Oh well, I haven't eaten it, but that might have been in Sweden. I don't need to search. I
No, it
trust your
says
searching
there's no
ability.
KFCs in Norway.
Okay, then I've eaten it in Sweden then,
Oh,
and
okay.
Norway does not have a KFC. That's a. I need to just trust other people's searching ability, but that's genuinely something I struggle with
Or you
when
could say it
I.
takes seconds to you could verify
Yeah,
yourself.
yeah. But the thing is, like, if I say, "Oh, look at this cool thing" or this crazy fact, and I know it's really easy to search up, but somehow they fuck up. Somehow they don't get the same sort of thing I wanted them to see, and they just scroll and find nothing and look at me weirdly, like, what are you trying, man?" And then I do it later on, and like, it's so easy. You just ruined my entire point because you suck at searching.
Oh,
Uh, Not you, Jeff, but I'm just speaking in generalities. That's something I struggle with often, especially when it's about politics. Because I suppose that's the algorithm too. Like so long as I'm not using private browser, I'll get something that's closer to what I like than my friend who's going to get closer to what he likes. So of course the search for truth will automatically be different. But
but the search for
uh,
fact, it should impact the search for facts. Like, and maybe as AI improves, we'll just be asking our little AI assistant to call it up. We won't even have to
yeah,
search it and sift through results.
I mean, I often just use the AI to search. It's really efficient. Although
AI
again,
search? Oh, you mean in where they're building into the browser now?
no. In ChatGPT,
Oh.
you can just ask it to search something up.
Oh, you mean like ChatGPT?
Yeah, you can just
I thought it wasn't current, like it only goes back, like it stops
no.
2
That's
years
its
ago or something.
that's the information it's trained on. But now they've added a feature where you can just let it search stuff up.
Oh, I didn't know that because I know that the browser search started giving me AI results at the top of the search results. It has the
Yeah,
AI
yeah,
summarize what I'm looking for.
yeah.
We have Can I be frank with you in the back? Does anybody know Frank?
I don't know, but
Frank,
I'm
do you have a channel? Drop your
turning off
channel in the
my
back so I can see what you're
my
about.
camera temporarily. The
You're
standard procedure. Turn off your
okay.
camera.
He apparently has a channel. He's getting it. You're new
Okay.
to us, so we gotta vet you a little bit.
Maybe you should have some voter ID for once.
I, I thought for a little while it might be Monkey Frank. Let's see. If you're into unfiltered, honest discussions about true crime, historical events, and all the stories in between, you're in the right place. All right, let me check out this Frank guy. He looks legit. He has a channel. He has lots of videos of himself. All right, Frank, I'm going to bring you on. Welcome, Frank.
That kind of sounded like self-absorbent. A lot of videos about myself because you clicked on my channel.
Yeah, well, you don't look like a troll or somebody that would porn bomb, so that's
Nah.
all I'm worried about.
Can I
What's
smoke
up?
on stream? By the way, I don't know if I can or not.
Do what?
It's like, can I smoke on stream? No worries. I'm
Oh
from the
yeah,
Netherlands,
as long
but
as
I
my
don't do
rule,
blunts.
my rules are YouTube rules, so whatever
Okay,
you can get away with on YouTube without getting the channel shut down.
that was
All
good.
right, let's meet Frank.
What's up?
Be
You
frank
have a
with us.
very
What's up?
interesting voice. Uh, I'm not saying that in a bad way. It's a very interesting voice. Like a lot of singers, those You know the Jeff, you're older. There's this specific musician who has the exact same voice.
Let me talk a little bit.
Hello? Yeah, that's kind of hard if you want me to talk about something. They
What's
I
well,
need
what's
to
let,
talk about something.
let's get a conversation going, and then
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
try to listen for it. He does sound familiar, though.
yeah.
I
What's
do
on your
sound
mind
familiar.
today?
Well, my man, life is in the way. Not kidding.
Life.
I just joined for the hell of it. I was bored, so wouldn't have a freaking clue what you guys talked about. I just joined in, but I
We
know
were
that guy
talking about what were
about
we talking
KFC.
about?
True. We talked about KFC. We
Oh, we were
talked
talking about
about.
AI search, like
Oh
how
yeah.
Oh
I didn't
yeah.
know that AI could search the internet now. But at the top of the browser, now they give me the AI summary, and then they say, "Do you want more AI assist or something? Do you want more information? The AI can help you." So they're already we're talking about people that get poor search results, and now that we have AI,
Wouldn't you think that that would be kind of obsolete because an AI technically would think for itself, right? He wouldn't know what you essentially need because it's self-learning. And when it doesn't do that, it can be pretty frustrating.
are we
Yeah.
gonna know when it doesn't do that?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I have an idea of what I'm looking for when I search, so I can kind of tell when it's giving me the results I expect or not.
I had so many discussions with me and Chat GPT. It kind of makes me less friendless. So who needs friends anymore?
Ooh.
Yeah, I
I
talk
feel
to it
the
a lot too.
same, but I talk to it too much,
Is
and
it
so
getting to
it's
know
not
you?
well, yeah, it takes memories, and I have
It takes memories.
customized it. Like I've made customized orders. This is the way it should act around me, because I don't like the way default AI, like the way it talks without any custom prompts, because it's just so well. I don't think it's controversial to say that the default prompt is very corporate and very sort of milk toast. I wanted to actually hit a bit harder, be a bit stronger in its word choice. But yeah, it definitely gets to know you as it takes memories
Yeah.
and
It's
everything. But like
it pays more attention than a lot of people do.
yeah,
You can
and it
you kind of make it suit to your own personality, right?
exactly. That's actually what I did. I took a personality test, and then and I asked the instance of ChatGPT to just okay, given this personality test, create a prompt that would best suit like me, like a ChatGPT system prompt. It did so. I refined it a bit, added a few more stuff, and then just added that as system prompt. So now it remembers sort of to adapt in a certain way that it believes is best suited for my personality. Uh, so that's something you should do. I took
Oh,
both a Myers
interesting.
Briggs and a just normal Big Five test. Although not a normal one. I took like a
Oh,
clinically used like 300 question one that took like 1 hour. But
what did it say? Malignant narcissist.
nah, not
Malignant
yet.
nationalist.
Ooh,
Nationalist.
maybe that. Although if I'm anything that's malignant, maybe narcissist. Who knows? I need to fail first to figure out if my confidence is false or not. Uh, and
Well,
even that is
have you not failed yet? You haven't reached your limitations.
no, but like I haven't faced hardship to the extent that I see other people facing. You know, even my failures, I still live a good life. I still have my life on the good road. I still know generally what I should do in going forwards, and like I've never actually faced a sort of existential dread and finality where just I have no idea. I fucked up
so,
so bad. I no idea what to
I mean,
do.
you're also
I've never faced
19.
that.
so it's
Yes,
life
I
lessons
am.
that you faced.
But
Yeah.
sometimes that happens in college. Your college is still not challenging you,
Well,
especially the
it's
upper levels.
the thing is, it's not about.
Fireworks.
Uh, Wait, why?
They always do fireworks here.
Okay, I want. Okay,
I
a
don't
bit
live in
weird, but also
Ukraine or
cool.
Russia.
No, okay, but What's the question?
Something about college. Like
Oh yeah, yeah,
that's
yeah.
not
No, okay.
stretching you.
The thing is, Jeff, don't feel any. I don't get any motivation or sort of feel any need to do better. Like grades and scores and school never motivated me. Like even if I fail, I don't care. If I succeed, I don't care. Like
Oh, okay.
that will not give me any sort of life lesson because I just
Well, what
don't.
would? What is some adversity we can inject into your life?
Well, death. You know, the
Well,
death of a loved
okay,
one.
short of
But I don't
death.
think we should inject that. Yeah, no.
That's not even
Um,
adversity you would grow from or learn
That,
from
that,
either.
no, that is not something that you can learn from, right? I mean,
hmm.
it kind of sounds like you have reached your top. I mean, your top. I'm specifically putting emphasis on your top because apparently you do not know a broader scope than that. You just put limits on yourself, and that's probably why you feel the way that you feel.
Yeah.
Well,
So
sure, I
death
put
would at
limits on
least your
myself.
death, maybe somebody else's death.
Yeah. But like what actual adversity? I don't know. Uh,
Do you have any pets that you're attached to?
oh yeah, we had a rabbit for like 5 years, and it died like 2 years ago.
You didn't do it, right?
2 years? No, I didn't. I didn't kill it. Uh, I did not kill it. It got sick. Like its teeth began growing in, but back
Mhm.
into the sort of mouth, and so it couldn't eat properly, and it like the saliva was like the saliva is like acidic, and it leaked out of the mouth because it couldn't close the mouth, and so the it got like acid burns on its neck, and it had to
Oh
be
my
put
God, what
down.
a horrible way to go. That sounds like something out
Yeah,
of a
I am
torture
very
movie.
glad I'm not a rabbit, and I feel really bad for her. But yeah, that's but she lived for a while at least. Uh, I mean, I have also lost one grandparent, but that was during COVID though, so I couldn't go to the funeral, which I'm
It's
really
easier when
annoyed
they're
at.
old.
Yeah, it is, and I mean, I did sort of get my closure with him because the last time we met him, he knew that he was gonna die, like soon, or he knew that he was gonna die before he met us again, and so me and my siblings, he sort of sat in his room and he took us in one by one and just imparted his last life lessons on us and sent us on our way. I never saw him
What
again.
was the
Like he,
lesson? What
I
was
was
your
about to
lesson?
say.
do I want to reveal that?
Oh. Well, why would
Because
you
it's
withhold
very
it from us
because it's
if it's
very
wisdom?
personal.
Oh, okay. Is there some
It's
kind of general lesson you could extrapolate from it? Because wisdom from an old Norwegian person seems,
Swedish.
oh,
Uh,
Swedish.
he well, look, I can say what he said. The last things he said to me were, but then I can also just go on general and his sort of life lessons and what he cared about. But the last thing he said was, affirming that, yeah, you'll do great things in life. I believe in you. You'll like literally verbatim, like you will do great things. Which
That's
I
the
didn't think of
opposite of
it.
Right.
adversity.
Yeah, but I didn't think of it until recently, or recently, like 2 years ago, but it took some time to actually think about. But that's probably the reason I care so much about remembrance and I focus on greatness. Whenever I read history, I always focus on that sort of those points, and that's the way I think about life. That's probably heavily informed by that. But like his general life is very humbling because he grew up in the middle of the forest, son of a
Preacher man.
I don't know what is it called? A lumberjack. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Some son of a lumberjack in the middle of the forest. They barely had enough money to feed him and his siblings. He had to walk to school through the woods, and he had to learn in school and whatever. And at like 10, they no longer could. Oh yeah, it is. Of
We're
course, it's
trying to
gonna hit me hard one
accelerate
day.
it for him, and this is a mental health channel. We're trying to help him out.
Exactly, but he at like 10, his family could no longer afford him, so they sent him away to a foster family. And so he grew attached to that second family. Then a few years later, his original family came and took him back against his will, because now they could afford him. And so he ran away at 15, went to college, became an educated teacher, and elevated himself to like middle class. So he went from like the bottom of the bottom to a comfortable life for a lot of kids. But that sort of frugality always stuck. Like he would lick his plates clean. He would make everything himself. He wouldn't buy new chairs. He'd make chairs on his own, and he'd fix the tables, and he'd very, very frugal and very humble.
So don't get attached.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and he was also very much about whole body as a temple. You got to treat it right. Like he was a gymnast. He did gymnastics. He was like, I remember one of the things I remember the most is him giving this challenge where you're supposed to do two things independently with your hands simultaneously. So like you're supposed to roll it around, and then
yeah, we used to try to do stuff like that on.
Yeah, exactly. He forced us to do that. Not forced us, but like he challenged us to do all that sort of stuff. Because you got to train yourself. You gotta master your body and master your capabilities. And so he talked about that a lot, and that's sort of his life motto.
Did he make you sit through all of that on his deathbed?
Well, no. He, like, I think it was 5 minutes, of hugs, tears, and goodbyes. But no, he didn't talk too much. He let the emotions talk for him, which I think is the correct way to go. He said what he needed to say, and then just allowed the emotions to speak.
How do you
speak for him.
I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing your name. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing your name right. Dolbez?
Yeah. That is correct.
It kind of seems that you're kind of I feel that you're kind of an introvert, and don't ask me why. You might add my own expertise or not. You seem like an introvert. You kind of look like an introvert as well. Is that I totally get where you're coming from. And to be honest, bro, I know what you're kind of feeling like empty inside, because a lot of people do. Because you have to ask yourself what is it what you want to perceive in life? What is what you want to do in life? And that's a hard question, because it's a never ending question, right? There's like so many answers out there that you do not really know the reason of, or the reason why you want to do certain things. So life can be empty, but it doesn't mean that life is empty. See, in order to, I'm pretty sure that you're in your young 20s. At least that's how you look.
Almost. I'm 19. I'm gonna turn 20 in a few months.
College freshman. Yeah, Frank, your mic you come in a little low.
Oh, hold on.
I was hearing you perfectly fine. If that helps.
People just want me to shut up.
That's a lot better. Yeah, that's a lot better.
There you go.
Well, what's your story?
No.
Tell us about you. What is that?
Don't like that, please. That was. I can hear the.
Ocean.
Yeah, that's way too loud.
Oh.
There we go.
Yeah. Better.
Oh yeah,
better at least.
That's way better.
I know it keeps turning down. I have a freaking expensive microphone, but.
Are you in Ireland?
No, I'm not.
What's your accent?
I'm from the Netherlands.
Oh, really? Okay. Dutch.
I'm Dutch, yeah.
Dutch.
So I'm a former mental health care professional, and when you said mental health, it kind of made me chuckle. I was like, oh yeah, I did join the right channel.
Oh, what did you do, and why did you leave? What?
I worked with it's called here extremely. That's called extremely understandable behavior. And that makes up for people with multi personalities, multi diagnoses that they have, and their behavior is understandable because they have so much diagnosis. So,
was this inpatient? or outpatient?
Both.
Okay.
I worked in a facility that was closed. I worked in a facility that is open.
Did you like it?
I freaking enjoyed it.
Yeah. What do you do
But
now?
to be honest, well, yeah, I've seen my YouTube channel, and that is my second one. I used to have a way bigger one, and I'm a content creator for full. I have my own advocating organization. It's called Advocates for Closure, so I do a lot of advocating work. That's what I do full time.
Wow. Wait, what's it called?
Advocates for Closure.
Advocates for. Wow. Okay. This is inspiring.
I started it. Let me see. Last year, so it's not really big yet, but that's what I do full time.
Wow. I'm looking at it now. Our mission is to empower families and communities by offering comprehensive support, fostering collaboration with law enforcement, and utilizing modern technology in missing persons and cold cases. So you do true crime too.
Yes.
Yes.
Why
Wow.
did you stop? Like, did you quit your mental health work to begin this advocating business or business?
Well,
Do you know what I mean?
well, well. To be honest, I've always been in love with true crime. I've been writing articles about it since 2017, and I kind of had a personal skerfuffle that kind of saved me out of marriage. So, um, and it kind of made me wonder. I've been I'm a completely difficult individual as well. Did not know what I want or what I wanted to do. And you know what? I always wanted to be kind of a YouTube podcaster and just tell my own thing. And, you know, it's kind of frowned upon, You kind of need to make an appearance for yourself and just do it. Just like gamers do, for example. I used to be a huge gamer myself, too. So I just went ahead and did it. And I kind of built my own niche. I'm extremely vocal about things, and I solved several cases, and cases that predominantly I do not talk about because they involve minors. Um, so yeah, it's a extremely humble thing to do, but it's also an extremely hard thing to do because if people want to watch me or do not want to watch me, there's always somebody that's about to complain out of the, like, I don't know how many viewers that you get, because I do not keep track of that, because I don't think it's necessarily an avenue that needs to be considered, because as long if you know that you're doing right, then you're doing right, because that's what you're doing it for. So I built an LLC, and I think we have some people in here that I advocate as for as well, because I sent them the link and I already saw their names.
Oh yeah,
So
we got Carol.
yeah, we have Kara and RRC Carol. So Carol.
Welcome to both of you.
And they have extremely magnificent stories to tell, and those are the kinds of people that I help out. So yeah, it's extremely soothing.
So you're doing what you found like you're doing what you love. You found your
Yes,
purpose, your niche.
yes. And I wouldn't see, and it's kind of in the realm of the true crime community. But see, when I made my own channel and I have my I have my organization on the side. Is the fact is I have my channel because it's more of also for advocating for people, but it's different than other true crime channels because I don't do any bullshit. I don't do any narratives. I just tell the way that I kind of feel, the way that I experienced, because I've done this for several years. And like I said, I solved several cases. And I think that the true crime community needs something that's called the truth. And there's not always the truth, because people are more out there to make bank and tell stories that are a lie than anything else. And that's the truth.
Are these mostly local cases in the Netherlands, or do you do
No,
U.S.
I don't.
stories?
I only do American cases.
Oh, okay. Do you have any thoughts on this trans vegan death cult that was in the news? lately?
Oh, the
The
Zazie? Oh,
Zizians? Yeah.
Zizians, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, see, the point is that if you look at it from a mental health care perspective, or just a mental perspective, or psychology, is that trans individuals, and I'm saying individuals because he sure hit whatever, I don't really care. See, we live now in a society where that is being accepted. That's fine. Don't shove it in each other's faces. That is my opinion. And in all honesty, people expect something from each other. When I had a cousin slash niece that has gone through the entire sexual change, and I'm not kidding you. 2 years later, he unalived himself. And you have to wonder if that is because he changed himself or any other. I do not know. But I think that there's definitely a correlation between those kinds of people. I'm saying those kinds of people because I don't want to be objective in any sense that me, it, she, her, whatever. Yeah, that there's just a simple correlation. That is not that weird because when you cut your ding down off or you grow a penis for that example, I mean that can't be healthy. That needs to be something that you think about, or you live in a fucking fantasy world, and that is how simple it is. And that's how the fact remains because there's a huge unaliving percentage of those kinds of people, and you can't ignore that. So you have to wonder. See, the fact of the matter is that people who have that, they don't feel accepted by society. They want to feel accepted by society, and that is why they do what they do. Because you cannot scream to the entire world that you don't feel comfortable in your own skin and then keep whining about it. Just do what you want to do and just move on. Move through the goddamn forest.
Well, that's what I keep saying is what kind of acceptance do they want? Because most people I know don't have a problem with them social just transitioning and living their lives, but there's this extra something that they
It's
want.
annoying. It's annoying, and they know it's annoying because it's a temper tantrum. I want to be acknowledged. Well, fuck off. I'm not asking for that attention. Are you asking for that attention?
No, all we wanted was marriage, the institution of marriage. You didn't have to like us, accept us. All you had to do was tolerate us and not interfere with our ability to live our lives. But I think the new generation wants validation, affirmation, all kind of other stuff that I never thought was reasonable to demand of anybody.
Because it's not. Because we there has been amazing studies that I'm a huge psychology nut as well. Not kind of odd since I've worked in mental health. But there's been a study in the 60s where people in mental institutions or asylums, as they call them back then, asylums, I would guess that would be back in the 50s. But anyways, they did a study in comparison with children or high school students. I guess they are children, but in high school, and compared the stress levels. And the stress levels from people that were in those insane asylums are way lower than the stress levels that high school students now have.
Oh, current like it today,
Yeah.
today's high school kid. What are they measuring? Chemical,
Uh,
like
just the stress levels. So yeah, chemical and neurological, and I don't know, just the entire build up. They don't do an abstract or a scientific study for like one day. So there's an amount of time that they test it. So with homework, you name it, deadlines, they didn't have that stuff back in the 50s or 60s.
I mean, we had homework and deadlines, but it wasn't that stressful. How much of it you think
Exactly.
is social media? Because they
It's
don't
not.
like they take high school home with them. It's
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
24 hours social pressure.
But that is it, and seeing that is what back in the 50s and 60s. Like I said, I'm a huge true crime fanatic. So back in the 50s and 60s, after World War II, there there was more acknowledgments of serial killers than there are now. Because what we are made to believe is that in you guys have 50 states. So you have, according to the FBI, there's, well, not a study, there's a belief that the presumption is that there's one serial killer in each state. That is
Washington State supposedly has more than any of
no, but I'm coming to there. That is the point. Is that is what they want you to believe. Because that is obviously not true. Because there's more serial killers like in one state than just the one. I mean, people are messed up like that. But anyways, back in the '60s, is that you had several serial killers in one place. I mean, now we know that Joel Rifkin, for example, was in next to New York is Long Island. Long Island. Then you had Lisk, the Long Island serial killer, which is now Rex Schuerman. They were both active at the same time. So I'm like, hold on a second. How can it be possible that now they do a study like in 50 states there's only one serial killer? Because I counted two. That can't be right. But
Hey, we have an interlude from Africa. Where you're at the pub? What time? Oh, he let. Oh no, wait, hang on. That was an accident. What time is it over there? He's in the UK. It's Friday night, right? Or Friday morning? It's Saturday morning there now. He has it on me. This is so cool. I love when people stream live from their worlds. But this is the British pub, a real life British pub. Hello. Are you one of the drunk Brits that we hear so much about?
I might.
Okay,
I love you much.
Hey, Africa. All right. I guess he was just coming to tease us with that. Here we go. All right, back to the serial killers.
No, I'm just saying that not all statistics are necessarily true, and I get it because otherwise you would get so unrest to see how many crazy people are out there.
Yeah, I mean, statistics are they just abstract data. They're not facts themselves, otherwise they wouldn't be statistics. They're kind of a second layer that's abstracted from a selection of facts.
Exactly. See, and that has all to do with mental health because I know Sweden has a lot of serial killers too.
Does it? I know they have pretty good mystery movies. They have a genre that's pretty creepy.
But I know a lot of people are just informed. I'm a huge history nut, and that's the same thing as we say Vikings. And I know Sweden belongs to
Wait,
Scandinavia.
there's one here. Are you a Viking too? Are Dutch people Viking? They're Germanic, right? They're considered.
Well, we speak a Germanic language, and technically we did have one province. We have a Viking king, so if you want to call us Vikings, sure.
Okay, yeah,
But
you're more Viking than I am. So we got two Vikings on the panel right now.
Viking is not necessarily a thing that came in to later history because the Germans kind of want to dictate everything. Apparently, it's not only World War II, and that's where you got the terminology from Viking from because the Germans just went out to Denmark, Sweden, Norway. I can't say Finland though because apparently they're not Scandinavian. Well, they still wanted to deny it, which is fine.
Yeah, I heard the other day there's a Finnish conspiracy theory that people are trying to keep the true history of the Finnish people from them and that they're actually the original shamans or something. They're being told that they're part of this Scandinavian history when it's not really true.
You gotta ask Dolbez for that. He probably knows more about that than me.
Yeah, Dobas, do you know about it? This Finnish conspiracy theory that Finns are being lied to about their true origins? And that they're really shamans? I heard it on some podcast.
There are these Nazi ideas of Hyperborea, which connect to Finland. That Finland is somehow connected to the lands under the ice, the ancient
Oh, we got another Viking?
I am. Another Viking.
The destined land for the Nazis were originally inhabited by the Finnish or something. I think Himmler was obsessed with the Finnish people. Like, he was obsessed with the Indians, the Sami, but I think also the Finnish, maybe. Like, he wanted to make natural reservations for the Sami people, like the Americans did with the natives. Like, he wanted to do that with Sami. Just after the war, once he had they actually conquer Norway. Just make the northern place
Yep.
reserved for some people to study them.
There's this amazing piece by comedian George Carlin that he says that why would I call a Native American not an Indian? Because that is how they were introduced to them at first. And I think it's freaking brilliant because it's not being racist. That is just how they were introduced.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what we grew up knowing them as Indians.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We had cowboys and Indians, and
Yeah.
Even my father played cowboys and Indians, but now we're supposed to say. I think in my class when we talk about that, we refer to them as Amerindians.
you can say American Indians and Red
Yeah.
Dot Indians.
But you can't just say Indians because nobody knows where fucking Indians are
Now
from.
you can't because they have
Cancel culture.
yeah, the race. Well, the immigrant controversy brought Indians back on the radar. The ones that are taking the tech jobs are
Yeah.
Indians, and so there's all this racism against white guys. That's part of it, apparently.
Welcome to Microsoft Customer Service. Can I help you, please? Thank you. Come again. I don't want to be racist, but it's kind of stereotypical.
But you are.
No, I'm not.
I judge
Just
everybody as an individual. I know lovely people from India.
Me too. Not that I can remember, but probably.
Oh, is it? That's what they say about Washington State too. That it's the weather up here, and that's the reason we have so many serial killers.
The weather. Fluoride in the water.
So the only thing I know about the Netherlands is what I get from watching the Dutch Mole. V is the Mole.
Oh, God, did you know that? Wow.
I've watched almost every season.
Now,
The best mole ever. Out of the Mole franchise, the Dutch do it the best.
Because we made it up.
I thought it was Belgian.
Not the
Was it
hell
the
no.
original? Oh, it's
No, we-
Dutch. Okay.
Yeah, it's named after Endemol, and Endemol is
Uh-huh.
yeah, it's a huge influence in America too. Endemol, the TV productions.
Yeah.
'Cause we-
most
we
of
give
our
you-
reality. I think Survivor was Swedish.
Yeah. No, it's also Dutch.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Based
most
on-
of our really good reality shows came
It's
from Europe.
based on Expedition Robinson, and I guess it's kind of like a correlation. And then we have The Voice.
Oh, The Voice is fun.
Oh, The Voice is European too.
It's Dutch.
I'm of French descent, Goblin. I'm Cajun. It's like hillbilly French, but I'm also part Anglo, like through my dad's side. Part Yankee. We believe Scottish, mostly Scottish. Some Welsh, probably some British.
Then where do you live? New Orleans.
No, I live. I'm in Washington State now. I've been here for going on 16 years, but I moved from New Orleans.
Well, I covered a lot of Washington State on one of the cases that I'm following.
Oh, which ones? Because we had the Green River Killer. We had, I think Ted Bundy was up here. We had.
Now, I'm now following the most current one, Brian Koberger. Well, technically it's in Idaho, but he lived in Poland.
We have some Idahoans that come to this channel too. What's his name? Brian.
Brian Koberger.
Spell it for me.
BRYANKOHBE
Koberger.
Burger. Yeah.
Let's see what he's about. Oh, right, the young college kid. Yeah, I did see this story.
I followed it since the beginning.
What's his issue? Do we know why what was he up to?
Well, he killed those 4 kids, 100%.
Yeah.
And you know what's kind of hilarious? A lot of people, I have a guilty pleasure on doing Twitter arguments, and people were discussing, why did he leave a leather knife sheath? Well, maybe because he's vegan.
Is
And
it
people-
some kind of psychopathy, like some kind of mental,
What?
like from
Yeah.
childhood?
He has been diagnosed now with autism because Idaho has now the firing squad, and they raised the death penalty. So
Autism doesn't make kill people. It doesn't explain
And just saying,
why
All
like,
right,
you would
plus,
seek
I'm
out
gonna
and
leave now
target.
and go to sleep. So
Dobez, good to see you. I'll be out tomorrow too if you're
yeah,
around.
let's see,
I
Keep
man.
don't think I
track more
will
of you.
because I have a friend on visit who's in the military. So
On
on his only
visit.
free period, he's
Oh,
gonna be here for
oh,
that
you'll have to
weekend.
tell us about it one day. No, I'm just
Yeah.
kidding. Well,
See ya.
enjoy your weekend, and we'll see you again.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Let's see.
Like that doesn't explain why they target. Like Ted Bundy had to do with his childhood or something, and why he targeted specific
And that
victims.
that that is what he claims.
Oh,
See, Ted Bundy, his last victim was a young child, and that's when it stopped. That's also when it caught him. Wouldn't say necessarily that it stopped, but that's the only killing that he doesn't want to talk about. So, my theory on that is that he traveled a lot of states to do his killings, but why would he keep silent about? Because he was justifying it by having a lot of pornographic ideas, right? That is what his explanation was. So, see, the thing is that when you do something horrible, like time after time, it becomes kind of a consistent thing, right? And you need to do it again, otherwise you're too much mindful of the other thing that you did. So that's why you make up new memories. It's
and
like, oh yeah, it wasn't that bad.
that's what drives them to keep doing it. Like
Exactly.
once you do it that one time.
Yep.
And we're back at the pub. Like, is it closing time? There's no people. What are they kicking you out? I didn't think British pubs closed.
Hey guys, you alright?
Yep.
Yeah,
Hello.
this is this is cool. This is cool as hell. Y'all have yeah. This is a nice pub.
Hey man, how's it going, man?
Good. What are you're out with your buddies?
It's my birthday
There's
week,
nobody
isn't it? So,
there.
you know.
Happy
Nah, man,
birthday.
what do you mean nobody there? I've just kicked people out.
I know there was
Out
a
of my
whole pub
sight.
full earlier. Now I don't see a single other human except for
Good,
you.
good, you don't need to. Because you know what? I own them all. And, you know, money. No, honestly, it's really badass, but, you know, it's the way it is, man.
I love the
Come on, Jeff. What's the matter with you, Jeff?
I love the decor. Is that it looks like Christmas lights on the ceiling. That's really cool.
This
Are
is
you
a
indoors or outdoor?
outdoors, man. It's
Oh,
outdoors.
okay.
It's cold tonight as well. You know, it's like
Yeah,
minus
I'm
two or
very
something.
impressed with this little
I have like
drinking hole.
eating of it, you know?
The heat
And I'm like,
lamps.
oh. How you doing, boss? You guys good?
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty good. We're chatting with Frank.
Yeah, I've got to wait for
He's in
my
the
friend to like,
Netherlands.
you know what it's like, bro. You know, God, I got to deal with some such shit. You know what I mean? Sometimes, you know. Anyway,
Yeah,
I'm
I
on
mean, I
trouble.
try to
If I see
I
you
try to.
later, much love,
All right.
huh?
I'm gonna be out later tonight because I'm streaming the planets. It's the planetary parade.
Streaming the planet. Do you know
Yeah,
there's a planet? Yeah, you know it.
yeah. It's gonna be a
Man,
line
you
tonight.
streaming the planet.
We're doing a
You guys.
stream on it. Oh, we lost
Oh,
Frank.
good man.
He took. You drove out my
Much love.
guest with your
Yeah,
drunken
this is
revelry.
my prick here. This is my friend here.
He was the one. Did he know he was on
Terrible.
camera? Hey, you were on. You were
He
on
knows he's
live
on
earlier.
camera.
All right.
You on cameras? He would actually.
You don't look like somebody that would hang out with African. Yeah, I wouldn't put y'all two together socially, but
Oh man, you don't get to choose that, do you?
no, I know. That's what's fun about it. You never
Amen,
know who
man. You know it,
people are
man.
gonna connect with.
No, Vic, no, this is
So
Jeff
where did
here.
all the people go though? It was full of people when you were here
What's this
earlier.
you screaming at?
Yeah, he's my streamer. One of my. He's
Oh,
Canada.
okay.
I know. No, he's not. He's American.
Don't fucking
He's
give
not Canadian.
I
He's
love those
American.
tables. This is a really classy joint.
It is a classy joint, actually. It's lovely, actually.
Yeah.
And it's getting full right now, so we're waiting, you know. That's the way it is.
Okay.
Surprisingly, this cunt wants to still drive. So,
No,
you
you
know,
cannot drive. That is dangerous. You're putting
so that's what
everybody at
I'm telling
risk
him,
and
man. You know,
yourself.
man. I'm
Take
going
his
to take him back.
keys. What time is it over there?
I'm half 10.
Oh, okay,
Half 10,
that's
but
early enough. I thought it was later. What
no, no, it's cool.
what time do the bars close there at all?
Well, between 11 and 2.
Can he pay for a fucking ticket for us? You're American.
No, he's poor,
Just
man. I give him donation.
y'all have Uber there, huh? In the UK?
An Uber
Just get
there. I mean, that's right. An Uber fucking aircraft. I like that. An Uber aircraft. So we should do the Uber. Should be a
yeah, yep,
rocket.
just stream it.
I
If you
mean,
have any fat people in your party, make sure you get an XL, an Uber XL.
Does he have any horse from Texas?
he doesn't have any horse from
No,
Texas.
I don't have any
He
on me
doesn't
right
mind
now.
horse from Texas. But this
I'm a
guy,
bad one to come to for whores.
from whore himself. Yes, he is.
Panel whores. I can get you a couple of panel whores.
A panel horse, he says. Oh, I'm sorry, man. This guy is so derogatory. It's disgusting. Anyway, it's good to see you, Jeff.
You too.
Boys.
Enjoy. Celebrate your birthday, and
I will.
we'll
I'm
see.
trying to. Yeah.
It looks
Let's
like you're off to
go.
a good
Let's
start.
go. Well, no, I'm not, man, because I'll be arrested soon.
Well, don't wait. Will you? If you get arrested, at least stream it. Please stream it.
At least stream my arrest. Oh my God, no, that'd be bad, man. Because then, like, the world will see how violent I
Say
am.
I'm an auditor.
Yeah.
Joe Cool is gonna
Oh,
hear
fuck
about
off.
this.
You guys are the best. Take care.
Take care.
Much love.
You too. Well, that was cool. All right. Well, we've only gone an hour and a half. I don't know if anybody else wants to come up or not, but I can. I have several options. Bex and I, we're doing a gay film fest, and we're watching gay movies from the '90s, the old gay classics, and in Discord. So we have the option to continue with that, or well, it went all over the place. It was serial killers recently, and Dolbez dropped by to update us on racism, his racist antics. But there's not really a topic. Dolphins eating pufferfish to get high. That's how it started. Tomorrow I'm gonna have a few topics. There's some tweets I want to go over. Mostly related to Andrew Tate. That's another thing I wasn't happy about. I was not impressed with that press conference or whatever they did with Zelensky in the White House, and I am not impressed that he got Andrew Tate. He broke him out of jail and brought him over to the United States. Hello.
Hey, what's up? What's up? Happy
What's
Friday.
up? How's it going? Are you
Doing
off today,
good.
or is it already? Oh, it's later over there.
Yeah, it's almost 5:30.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm streaming at a different time today. It threw me.
Yeah, about the like the serial killer conversation. I didn't hear it, but I do have a question. Like, if you kill a whole bunch of people in a short period of time, like in one evening, and I guess you could say one sitting, is that just mass murder, or would that be
Probably
considered
so. I
serial?
think it has to be serial, like one after another, after
Like the
another. If it's all at
kind of
once, I think that's more simultaneous. Like yeah, like you said, mass
okay.
killing. And I guess you could have a serial mass killer if you keep doing it over and over. But usually, if you do too large of a killing, they get you. They have a way of getting you pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Spree
No, I was
killing.
just thinking about like the I guess like the methodology behind the individual, like the MO.
Well, we
Um,
had a guy here just a few minutes ago from the Netherlands that studies serial killer. He has a whole channel. In fact, I'll drop it again. Um, and he was telling us what he learned. He does true crime streams.
okay. Yeah, I guess
Let
it
me
would
be
be
frank with you.
different if if you drop a bomb, if you just drop one bomb and you kill 50 people, that was like a mass thing, but it was all over in a second. But, what if you had 50 people and within the course of a day, like you did your thing methodically to each and every one of them, but it still was only one day. You know what I mean?
I don't know. We could ask the AI. Andrew Tate is trashy. I agree. I'm gonna have some tweets on him tomorrow. I'm gonna devote the whole episode to him
Yeah, I
because
saw a
I
bunch of
think it
stuff
has
about him
implications
coming
for
to the United
men's health.
I saw a bunch of stuff about him coming to the United States.
Yeah, Donald Trump got him out. He and his brother both were under arrest in Romania for trafficking, and Donald Trump got him released and or supposedly Donald Trump had something to do with it, and now he's back in the U.S. And
Is he not allowed in the isn't he from the UK? Like, is he not allowed in the UK?
I'm not sure.
Huh. Okay.
I'm looking it up now though to see if I can get the details.
I mean, I think he's weird with what he does anyway, but you know, I don't I I don't know enough to even say that he's a criminal. I just think he's weird with what he
Well, I
does.
think he was awaiting trial for trafficking charges, if I'm not mistaken. I guess I should do my own fact checking.
It's like the shit with
Criminal
him's been going on for so
investigations. Let's
long.
see. Rape, assault, suspicion of rape. He held women captive. Charges were adjusted from human trafficking to human trafficking in continued form, which is a more serious charge, with 7 victims identified. The Romanian criminal case was heard in the preliminary chambers, and 3 months later, they decided to go ahead with a trial. So yeah, he's in all kind of legal. Okay, trafficking minors, sex with the minor, money laundering, attempt to influence witnesses. This is all in Romania. So this was what he was awaiting trial for, and they said the new investigation alleges 35 victims.
That just sounds so weird that you could be facing that and just be allowed to leave. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it does sound. I agree. It it sounds weird.
Like it's bad enough when
But
somebody in the United States is awaiting trial. It's bad enough when they get bailed out. I mean, they're still holding Diddy, right? I
they're
just
dual citizens. They're U.S. and British.
oh okay.
And it
But
said the
facing that type
authorities
of
lifted their travel restrictions, but it doesn't say who the authorities are. Is it our U.S. authorities? Who?
yeah, that's wild. Like at least wait till it goes through court because they kind of did the same thing with the Brittany Griner situation. Now she had like a THC vape pen, and where'd she go? She went to Russia, right? Or was it Russia or China? And she wound up getting arrested there. But I'm pretty sure she was already in jail. Like they went through that process pretty quick, but I think she had already reached the punishment stage, like before a deal was made. Now, granted, weed is nothing compared to the abuse of people, but like at least
Looks
let the legal process happen, right?
it looks like the Romanian government released them,
Huh.
and
That's
the rumor is it was under pressure from Trump. But Trump's quote is, "I just know nothing about it. We'll check it out. We'll let you know." That's what he told reporters. So Trump's like, I didn't have anything to do with it. I don't know why they released him.
that's just fucking weird, man. And again, weird people do weird shit, so
So the truth could be anything right now. Hey, Diogenes, what's up? What what's up? Oh, take care, Zince. We'll try to make your day go by a little faster. And this all just happened, so I doubt anybody has the full details just yet. But all we know is they could leave Romania and they came back here. And people are saying it's because of Trump. So the official definition of a serial killer, according to Wikipedia, which is according to a bunch of legal precedents that they list, is it's someone who murders three or more people with the killings taking place over a significant period of time in separate events. So if you just kill two people spaced out, I guess you're not a serial killer,
Okay.
technically.
Now, I don't study the stuff, but you definitely don't go too far without hearing these stories, and it's usually something in the method of doing it. Like having carnal knowledge or the actual device used, like Jeffrey Dahmer. You know what I mean? Um, he would lure people in with with some sort of attractiveness or sexual type of thing, but then he would dismember them and dissect them and eat them and stuff like that, I guess. But or what was it, the Son of Sam murders, like kind
Yeah,
of
I
just
remember
finding.
Dahmer because he was it intersected with the gay world.
Yeah.
We were all, let's see, 1991, that's when he stopped. Between 78 and 91, and Son of Sam was 77, so he started just after Son of Sam and did it for decades,
Yeah.
or, or over a decade. And he had all
That's
kind of
wild.
psychiatric diagnoses too.
Yep.
It doesn't have anything to do with the definition, but the Wikipedia article is pretty interesting. It goes into a lot of detail. There are patterns to the motive and some other features of it, but none of that is essential to the definition. The definition is just the amount of people and the amount of time that you put between each victim.
So like you know you you do the thing, you kill somebody, and then you lay low long enough to make sure that you aren't on the radar, so it opens up an opportunity to do it again. Have you ever seen that movie Mr. Brooks with Kevin Costner?
Mm-mm.
Well, it's like this guy's like a business owner, and they put the color printing on boxes. So like you get a box of wine, the printing on there was designed by him or whatever. But anyway, like he's got this inner voice that just craves killing people. But that's what I just said. Kind of is how that movie goes down. Like he stalks his prey. He picks a specific, and then he stalks them. He gets that carnal knowledge of where they'll be and when, and what they do. And it's not like he really has anything against them. He just talks. He's got this voice in the back of his head that says, "That's the next one." Like, just kind of like hunting. And you watch what it does. You watch what they do, and you find them, alone in. But you've also planned like how you're going to do it, how you're going to get away with it. Leave no evidence. But then you also make sure that you lay low long enough before you do it again. And that's like he keeps telling himself, I'm not. He's talking to the voice in his head. I'm not going to do this anymore. I've stopped doing this. But the voice took over and he kept doing it. It's got Dane Cook in it also.
Is it a based on a true story?
No, I don't believe so. No, it's a wild movie, but I don't believe it's based on any facts. It's
Oh,
just
okay.
it's the psychology of probably so many things put together. You know what I mean? I thought it was a good movie.
Yeah, well, here, I'll post the article, Diogenes. They talk about that, but none of that is essential to the definition. So you can be a serial killer and not have any of that. It's just common for that to show up. Um, they say the victims tend to have things in common, so it's a tendency. And they tend to suffer from personality disorders. And they tend to get psychological gratification as the motive, but none of that is essential. And they
Yeah,
mentioned contract killers. So you could have somebody paid to a paid assassin that kills three people sequentially at different times, and even that would be qualifies as so if you're talking there's the technical definition of what a serial killer is, which can be anybody. It can apply to anybody that meets those conditions. And then I think there's the psychology of a serial killer, or the profile of a serial killer, which is what you're asking about. But the two things are separate, at least the way they currently talk about the issue.
yeah, because it makes sense as well. Because when you take something like hunting, it's not frowned upon by the majority of people. But if you do it because you know you get some sort of psychological gratification out of either pulling the trigger and watching something die, or collecting the body and taking it apart, that really wouldn't apply to the basic definition of you tracked something down and you killed it uh, in you know intermittent time frames. You know what I mean?
And there's something called a spree killer, which the serial killer has a cooling off period between the murders, and the spree killer does not. They just go from murder to murder to murder. But they said law enforcement doesn't find that distinction useful. Um,
Yeah, I think in that sense, maybe like the DC sniper, that John Lee Malvo, the with the kid.
yeah, I
It,
remember that one. That was scary.
yeah, I think that was more of a spree because their cooldown was only long enough for them to go to a different location. It I don't remember how long it lasted. It was like a week or something like that, 2 weeks.
Fatty, there was a guy here earlier that was studying the what's his name? Brian Koberger, the Idaho serial killings. And I mentioned that we had somebody from Idaho around. Do you know anything about those? That college kid? Oh, you're out on the slopes.
Yeah, I heard
Well, I'm
that
glad you
story,
came
but
back because when we left you, your camera, you were on the side of the mountain skiing over that lip, and your camera went black, and then we never heard from you or saw you again. So I'm glad you made it back.
that Koberger guy, did he kill people, or is he being accused of killing people other than just the college students that were in that house?
I personally don't know because I'm not following the story. But
Because I
the guy that
think
was up here earlier is.
yeah,
I'm looking over the article now.
because I don't remember how many it was. I'm pretty sure it was at least three. I don't know if it was three or if it was four.
4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary. Five. Let's see.
Yeah, so that seems more like it would be like a robbery, maybe like you said, maybe a robbery gone wrong turned into mass murder rather than being a serial.
Well, it looks like they were all killed at the same time.
Yeah,
That in that.
Yeah, I remember seeing the video when they
Like in
caught him.
like Charles Manson, like the Tate Bianca murders, where they just killed everybody in the house that one day.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you have help and multiple participants, but you each only kill one, it might be a mass murder event, but you know, each person's probably only going to get the charge that they participated in. You know, it's just violence is so fucking weird.
Yeah, well, we started the stream looking at the dolphins and talking about how animals kill kill other animals. Like they say dolphins are psychopaths, and so it's not even just a human thing. It's found in the animal kingdom.
Yeah, for sure. Um, like you know, I think I saw a video this past week of um an orca, a killer whale, basically toying with a great white as it took chunks and swam away and took chunks. It's kind of like playing with your food rather than just one massive attack and shake and kill and eat. It was just like, oh, I'm gonna get you from here. Oh, I'm gonna get you from here. Oh, I'm gonna
That's
get you
what they
from
were doing
here.
with that puffer fish.
Yeah, but also like fish can't walk. They can't swim backwards. You know what I'm saying? So like I could do something and then I could backpedal and very quickly, whereas they tend to thrive off of their forward momentum. So it's like strike, and then you got to turn around, like flying a jet. You, you don't just park in the middle of the air and just unleash. In fact, you make yourself a target that way if it was possible. But no, you fly by, you strafe, or you launch your missile, you swoop around again, and then do it again, and
Oh, it does say that there are some fish that could swim backwards, although typically only for short distances. Fish like eels and triggerfish are particularly good at swimming in reverse. I didn't know that either.
well, they're weird. There's always going to be somebody that breaks the rules. Something else that I saw in the news about the Gene Hackman death. Did you hear about
Yeah,
that?
that was weird. I just saw that he died, and I'm like, oh, okay, a celebrity died. I had no idea that it was such a weird story. They found him and the wife and the dog, and
And
they
the
had been
dog.
dead for a while.
I think they something that I heard on the radio this morning was because they followed it, like they followed this is a good radio show, and it's like when celebrities die, it's like okay, this happened. But they said I guess they were in
They
New
found his
Mexico.
decaying body. Yeah, they lived in New Mexico, and their bodies were decaying. They had been in the house for a while.
But
They say
something that they
possibly even
mentioned
a
on the
couple of
radio,
weeks.
something they mentioned on the radio this morning, they mentioned mummification, like
Oh,
being mummified. I always thought that was wrapped up. I don't know if they're just using the wrong word or what the hell's going on, but
it does say the sheriff's department is investigating. Their bodies had begun to undergo natural mummification by the time they were discovered.
okay, I don't necessarily know what that means, but
So they had been there long enough.
okay. Yeah, and they said
It's
that there was like pills spilled in the bathroom, and
oh, I don't know about that either. Let's see.
this was just on
In
the.
certain environmental conditions, mummification can happen without human intervention, such as extreme cold, dry air, or lack of moisture. It can occur in places like deserts, bogs, or icy regions. So if they were in New Mexico, that's a desert.
Yeah, but they were inside the house, which you would think would be temperature controlled at least.
Maybe,
Maybe not
yeah, we don't.
humidified, at least temperature control. That's weird. Everything's everything's fucking weird going on.
Yeah, that's what I originally caught caught my attention was that animals were. It's not something that just humans do. Animals try to get high too, and they have elephants that get drunk off of rotted fruit, and they have other cases of animals trying to seek highs. So we
Yeah, I've,
stigmatize it in humans like it's a social issue, and it is drug use. Like I had those zombies in front of my house the other day,
oh shit.
but it's not just a human phenomenon. What? Let's see. Wallabies eat opium poppies. Reindeer forage for hallucinogenic mushrooms, and elephants seek out fermented marula fruit.
Hell yeah. Let's party.
9 animals that get drunk or high. Here's 19 animals that get 12 animals who get drunk or high.
And
Dogs. What do they get
this
high
is
on?
natural, right? Naturally,
Toads. Dogs get
not
high on
human.
frogs, on toads.
Okay.
Jaguars get high on the vines of the yage plant. Bees. The summer heat could cause the nectar to ferment and turn the sugars into alcohol. And when the bees consume it, it seems to have a similar effect as it does on humans. Intoxicated bees have been seen flying into obstacles, walking around in circles, and getting lost. Some are even barred from entering the hive by other bees until they have sobered up. Oh my God. So
That's
much
awesome.
of our human stuff is because we're animals.
Yes, we are. Yes,
There's
we are.
certain birds, too, that get drunk on ripe fruit. So it's not even humans like that. I thought it was like, humans discovered alcohol. We discovered how to ferment things and get drunk on it. But no, animals hit on that too.
Yeah,
And birds are not even mammals, so you can't even say it's strictly a mammal thing.
so many of these issues that the government's going for. Why aren't we snatching away some of these licenses for these flying, you know, these flying insects and birds and
I
stuff? It's like,
know.
hey,
The
take that
bees.
motherfucker's license. How are you going to fly when you're drunk? That's dangerous.
Maybe that's why they fly into windows.
And then your mama won't even let you come in the house because you got so drunk you got to sleep outside.
I know. Who wants to be around a drunk person?
I mean, it happened. That's wild.
Another helicopter crash just now.
Oh shit.
Oh,
It's a military.
um, it must be very new because I'm not seeing it yet.
In BC. Is that British Columbia?
2 dead after helicopter crashes off of. This is in Texas. The one I'm seeing is in Texas. It was 22 hours ago. Oh, here's one in northern Alberta. But it flew into someone's house. Because crashes happen all the time. They just don't get reported. And all of a sudden, everybody's reporting on every single crash that happens like it's a new thing. But the rate of crashes hasn't changed that much from what I understand. It's just being more reported now.
But that's kind of how the big news works is um and I'm sure you've seen it and it's been talked about for at least the past 20 years is you know so much happens so often statistically, you know, whether it's one a day or one a year or 1,000, 100,000, but then they take one thing, and if they feel like they can milk it and maybe affect the hearts and minds like the propaganda machine and get people to, you know, see it everywhere they go, you know, these things that are already happening all the time, um, you know, then they feel like maybe that it could control the way that they vote or the way that they spend their money. You know what I mean?
I'm thinking about it. So if people notice plane crashes more, what are they going to change differently? Like to fly less or vote not for Donald Trump because they think he's the reason?
It kind of both. You know what I mean? Like,
It just seems like there's people meeting in a little room saying, "Hey, I have an idea. If we show people more plane crashes, they'll change their vote." And I just don't think people are meeting and plotting that kind of way in a kind of this cartoon villain style.
well, I mean,
I think it became a social media trend and now it's just on people's attention. So like people know now if they report on a plane crash, there's a big audience for it. So they're going to get a lot of eyeballs because it's on everybody's radar all of a sudden because of the ones that happened recently.
right,
Yeah, the lizards at the round table. I don't know how many lizards are actually at the round table.
the lizard people. Hey, and that was wasn't that an episode of The Simpsons where Lisa Lisa became a lizard person.
Oh,
She didn't actually become a lizard, but it was the stuff that she was saying that kind of made her so noticeable. I'll have to recheck that one. I just remember that she claimed to be a lizard person at one point.
let me look it up.
I think it was because she was so smart. She saw things
Lizard
and
Queen
recognized it.
Lisa?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. What's it say
She
about that?
hallucinates that she's the lizard queen after drinking some water in the little land of Duff at Duff Gardens. She drinks water on the Duff ride and promptly goes insane.
Well, maybe it didn't have anything to do with predictions or anything like that.
I am the lizard queen, and it's called Lizard Queen Lisa. So they were spiking the water on the rides at this amusement park?
Just imagine you go down the log ride and you get some of that water splashed in your mouth, and next thing you know, you're a different person, and you look at the park that you're in completely different, and you're either a participant or a controller. And she said
Well,
she
that
was the
happened to
queen
me
of
at
the.
Disneyland. I went to Disneyland High, and I had a it was nice for the most part till I got to the Small World ride, and I almost had a mental break. I had such a bad trip on that Small World ride, and I almost had a mental breakdown. And I tried to get off the ride; it wouldn't end. I kept waiting for it to end. I'm like, okay, I could tolerate it. How long can it be? 2 or 3 minutes? That thing went on forever. It felt like an hour that we were on that ride. And every time you turned the corner, they had some new little puppets singing that song, and it would not stop. And I almost undid my seatbelt and tried to jump in the river and crawl to shore to get out of that ride. It was traumatizing. But the Pirates ride was the best. That was my favorite. We rode that over and over and over because it was so fun when you're tripping because it had all those characters and you floated gently down into this cave and you could watch the different people and your mind would just make up story after story after story of what was going on with all of these characters. And then they had the little Cajun restaurant at the bottom. I
Oh
loved the
man.
pirate ride. But other than that, it was a fun day at the park, except for that one ride.
Yeah, I definitely remember some theme parks, but my parents took us. What's the one in Florida? Is that Disney World?
Disney World, yeah.
Um, but I was too young. I saw the pictures growing up, so I was there, but I was way too young to remember anything that happened.
What's the Maelstrom ride? I've never been to Disney World, only Disneyland. I haven't been to Epcot. I didn't even know about this one. What does it do? A reverse shooting the chute dark ride attraction. I've never heard of this. Wow. Oh, the log chute. Okay. Nice. Yeah, we used to go when we were little, we'd go to Astroworld. And I remember the rides, some of them would blow out this air from the cars when they come into the station. It would go and it would scare me as a kid and I would run to my parents and I would hold their leg and they would comfort me and they'd have to talk me into getting on the ride because every time I heard that air blow, I hated that noise. It's kind of the noise that buses make when they take off. It goes,
Yeah, that sound of like the air brakes releasing.
yeah. Oh my God, that was the scariest thing at the park when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Air brakes, is that what it was? Oh, I hate it. To this, just remember it to this day is giving me.
Yeah, it's like in the buses and semi
Yeah.
trailers and stuff like that.
Even to this day, when I'm walking down the street and I hear a bus take off and it makes that sound, I have to cover my ears. I hate that noise. It makes my whole skin like nervy.
It could also be too the fact that they run diesel engines and for efficiency they have turbos on them and turbos build up pressure and you it's regulated how much of that pressure goes into the engine. So you have a pressure release valve so that way when you actually go um, it'll release and it'll make that noise as well
Oh,
sometimes.
that
Like
must be what it
high
is.
performance cars do it. But if you're on like a roller coaster or something, um, usually it's like magnetic braking as far as I
It
know.
was like either when they were pulling into the station when the ride was over and when they were taking off. I forgot which one, but it was while you were in line waiting to get on the car and the cars would come in or leave and that air I would hear 'em make the air.
Yeah.
Yeah, but once you're on the ride, you're right. It's they have the chain that pulls you up the hump, but after that it's usually just momentum.
Yep. You get that clank, 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 and as
Yeah.
soon as you hear that clank stop,
And then it
that means
pauses a little bit.
there's enough of the ride over the edge to where they can just let you go,
Yep.
and
That's the
you're
fun
gonna go.
part. I love coasters. Wow. They
It took
just
me a
built an
long
Alpine
time.
one here. I want to go ride it this summer.
We had Kings Island in Ohio, and I was the youngest, so like I wanted to do roller coasters, but we did it was called like the racers or whatever, the red and the blue racers. So one would go forward and the other would go backwards, and you had fun on no matter which one you were.
It
But it
was on a
took me a long,
coaster. It was like a
yeah,
coaster.
yeah.
Oh, and some of the
Yeah.
seats were facing one way, and some were.
It was actually two roller coasters, but one roller coaster faced forward, and you got to see where you were going, and the other one faced backwards. But
Oh,
they were
you rode
going
it
in the same
backwards?
direction. Yeah,
Oh.
but it took me a long time to go on one that went upside down. It did. I was so
Oh,
the
I
Kings
love the
Island.
hoops. Oh my God.
Yeah,
Those are so
it took
fun.
me a
The
long time.
gravity pushes you into your
Yeah,
seat.
I'll tell you the first time I went on one. So like I was less than 10 with the Kings Island stuff. Then in Charlotte they have Carowinds, and I was probably 14 or 15 the first time I went on like an upside down going roller coaster. And I swear to God, I was like, "Where have you been all my life?" You know what I mean?
Yeah, they did add a new dimension to roller coasters. The first one was, let's see, Astroworld 1978. I remember when it opened. It's called Grease Lightning. And it was just the hoop. You would start and you would go up and it would shoot you. And then you'd go up to the tail end and then you'd fall back down and go backwards. And that's all it was. And then they started building them into larger roller coasters. But this one was just the one hoop. That's all you got. It was so much fun. We rode that thing over and over and over.
Yeah, and you think about it sometimes, like maybe not so much as a kid, but definitely as an adult when you're trying to put logistics into having as much fun as you can have in a day, and you wait 3 hours for like a minute and a half, maybe a 2 minute ride, but your average speed is 120 miles an hour, and you go upside down. I think that's awesome. The waiting
Yeah.
3 hours is never awesome, but
We learned very early as kids to plan our lines. So we had the park map and we would go and they always divide into different worlds, different areas, lands. And you'd pick an area and you'd kind of see which ones had the shorter lines. So you'd hit those and if the ones with the really long lines you would come back to and you'd go find things to ride until the line got shorter. But then like some of the newer rides, the lines never got shorter. So if you wanted to ride the hot new ride, you had to just commit to getting in line for 2 hours, however long it took.
yeah. Yeah, I was always a big fan of the water section, or just plain out water parks. Um, because the slides are fun and all, but there's almost never a line for the lazy river. Like it never gets
That's my favorite ride.
it never. And you can swim in the lazy river. You can have fun with your friends, like squirting each other or whatever, or you can just lay there and just keep moving.
I could stay in there all day.
Yeah.
I want one. If I ever get rich, I want one in my. I'm not getting a pool. I'm getting a lazy river in my backyard.
I like when
Oh.
you go into like the little cave section and you roll underneath the waterfall and it just splashes the crap out of you, and then you come out the other side and you get the sunshine. Man,
Yeah, I
miss it.
love the ones that are built with stuff to do, see and do.
Yeah, and there were those days I saw that comment. There were some of those moments where we would literally try to race each other in the lazy river. And sometimes it would be, you start out like paddling and you're in your donut and you're paddling and paddling trying to beat your friend or whatever. But then sometimes you got to cheat and just step your feet on the bottom and grab that donut and just start running. It's like I won. Now I can get back on my donut and go around again in peace.
They
Yeah,
have one
but
here in Washington. I might try to go this summer. It's indoors. A-
I,
Astroworld had it was something called Thunder River, and it was not at the water park. It was at the amusement park, and you sit in this big giant inner tube. They strap you in with seat belts, and it's rapids. And we went the year it opened, and we waited hours to get on, and we finally got on. And it's this like rock landscaping through a canyon, and they have this big waterfall off to the side, and your little boat kind of goes near the waterfall, but they have this board that buffers it and keeps it from going under the waterfall. Our ride, the board broke, and they didn't realize it. And so when we got to the waterfall park, our team went under the waterfall and got stuck, and it kept spinning the whole car underneath that waterfall. So we had that waterfall just pouring down on us like every few seconds as it would spin us underneath. And they had to come and pull us out with a hook. They had this big hook that they got the little inner tube car out with. And we were soaking wet. It's like we were thrown in a swimming pool. And the little car itself was filled up with water, like we were up to our knees with water. And we had so much fun. That was the most fun, like having that ride break like that and put us under the waterfall. We were getting a ride that nobody else in the park got that day.
That is something that I think about, and maybe it's part of the thrill, not just the speed and the going upside down, but having a roller coaster that malfunctions or breaks while you're on it. I've seen some videos, and it doesn't turn out well. But I want to say it was within this past year that and I don't recall where it was, but somebody was recording the roller coaster, and one of the mount towers that goes all the way down to the ground and holds up a piece of a turn. They realized like the weld had broke, and when the car went around, you could see the gap in between the tower mount and the track itself, and that shit went viral. And it's like, how if he hadn't have found that, how many trips would that roller coaster have taken before?
Because I think they're supposed to check it every ride,
I mean, they're not going to check every weld
the maintenance.
every ride.
Oh, yeah, I guess. Uh,
I mean,
I think
you would be waiting.
we were on one roller coaster one time that something happened to us. So they had to stop the car, and we were like stranded on the track while they fixed it. And then they were able to start it up again. But I don't think I've been involved in anything more
We went to one place.
dangerous than that.
I don't know if it was in North Carolina or if it was in Tennessee. I think it was like called like the Tootsie Railroad or something like that. I don't remember exactly. But this one roller coaster, it was all wooden, like the wooden train track roller coasters. And it seemed simple enough, like, something for kids. But the ride was so rough, and wood tends to flex
Those
a
wooden
bit.
ones are the worst.
It was as simple of a ride as it was so scary because you're like, this thing's gonna disintegrate underneath us.
They're rickety. They bump you like your head. They bump your head against the seat and your neck and everything. Those wooden ones were the worst to me. I hated them.
And again, there's something in the thrill of feeling in danger. You don't want to actually be in danger, but that feeling of, the physics of it all, the roughness of it. But you hope that there's some sort of, safety measures being taken to make sure that you don't, wind up going off of a mountain somewhere.
Yeah. Sometimes even the Ferris wheel was scary. When you got to the top and they would leave you up there while they load the cars and the car would swivel.
Yeah, man. I've never been on a Ferris wheel, but I've been on plenty of fair rides. And to see, you can see the stuff now, but when you see like a parking lot fair ride fail, it's like, man, moments from disaster or actual disaster. There was one, like it's a big circle that goes up a cylinder, and it raises up and raises up and it raises up, and then it drops you like to where you feel kind of like
Oh
zero
yeah,
G.
like the free fall, right?
There was a kid, and he might have been a bigger kid, but I don't think he was big enough for it to be his fault. But his seat was not secure, and when that thing started coming down, and then it hit the brakes, like the magnetic brakes, like he just popped out of that chair and slammed. He slammed down, and he lost his life.
Oh
But
my
it's like
God.
there are certain things that I just, you know, I'm not saying I won't do it again, but God, when it fails, people die. You know what I'm saying? I think there was a story about it was one of those roller coasters where like your feet hang down, like you're being held from above.
Oh
And
yeah,
it's
the
like the
hanging
seats.
ones.
Well, this guy, I guess he like dropped his wallet or something down into the park, so he hopped the fence and he saw his wallet. He went to go get it, and the next ride came across, and he caught a foot to the head, and it did not wind up well for him because you know just like they say, keep your hands and feet inside the ride at all times. Well, he was not supposed to be doing that.
Yeah.
He was not supposed to be in that area, and they try to get you as close to the walls and ceilings. Like I'm 6'2", and even though I feel like they made it so that way I'm not going to get decapitated, it looks so close when you're going so fast. I still duck, but that guy was not supposed to be there, and that ride came along, and somebody's foot just like clipped his head, and you're going 80, 100 miles an hour, something
Oh my
like that.
God.
Yeah, it fucked him up.
Were you on the ride?
Oh no, I wasn't there. This is
Oh,
one of the news stories of when things go wrong.
yeah.
Yeah, it's when you're a kid and you see that stuff, it's like you don't know what a weld is. You don't know what what danger is. You've never seen anybody dismembered or have their arm ripped off because they decided to put their hands up when they were told to never put your hands up. But after seeing some of that stuff, yeah, just if there's a rule, read read the fucking signs and make sure that your youngins read the signs, because yeah, they may be small enough to not even be able to reach far enough to get hurt like that, but they will become adults one day, and if they're carefree and don't pay attention to the rules, they might be big enough to really get hurt if they don't fucking pay attention. You know what I mean?
And we heard all the stories growing up too, but that still never stopped us. Like that was just
Yeah.
part of the thrill, I guess, is that oh, somebody died on these things. We could die too.
Yeah. And again, it kind of goes back to, what the news decides to put out there to,
Oh, you're right, because it probably happens more often than gets reported. And all of a sudden, if everybody started reporting on amusement park deaths, it would seem like there's a epidemic of amusement park failures.
yeah. So same thing with, airplanes, aircraft flights. Statistically, it's still safer to fly. But if all you see all day, every day is plane down, plane down, plane down, lives lost, lives lost, lives lost, that's going to affect certain people to where it's like, okay, we're going on vacation, and instead of flying from North Carolina down to Miami in a 2 hour flight or however long it takes. We're going to spend an entire day of our vacation driving down there. And then we're going to have our vacation and we're going to spend an entire day driving back. You know what I mean?
So then why did they take our lawn darts from us?
Because I was a stupid kid and we used to throw them and try to, we would
Yeah,
stand
but there
in
was
with
only
like,
one, like one or two dead. Like it's not something that, and they made it seem like they were so dangerous anybody could die. They were so dangerous they had to be taken off the market when very few people actually died from them. In fact, I'm looking at it now. It looks like it was one girl, and her dad advocated to have them banned, and I guess he got his way.
yeah. I mean,
Oh wait, in Canada, oh well, this could, yeah, I guess Canadians needed it taken away from them because they had at least 55 serious injuries.
I mean, we would take the things that could be fun and we kind of made them dangerous in our own way as dumb kids. But at the same time, they've taken dodgeball. I
They
mean,
took our
I don't know if
Kinder
you ever,
eggs too.
I don't know if you ever played dodgeball, but a
Uh,
playground.
did I play dodgeball? They had to take me out of PE class because I would come home with bruises. I was the kid that everybody, I got all the balls at me, and they would like wind them up and throw them really, really hard, all at once, all at me, because I was the new kid, and the coach couldn't make them stop, so they had to take me
Yeah.
out of PE.
I mean,
Right, holding the candle. I had one blow up in my hand because my stepfather made me hold it because we were taught to put them in a bottle, in a Coke bottle, or put them in the ground, and that's
yeah.
the way we always did it. And my stepfather was doing it with us one day, and he does it in his hand, and he's like, "Oh, don't be a pussy. Hold it in your hand. What are you afraid of? It's gonna blow up." And that's exactly what it did, and my hand turned black.
Oh man.
And my mom's like, "See?" And he never again did he push stuff like that. I hate that when I'm right and I try to tell the people and they think they're the ones that right and I do it their way and it ends up exactly like I said it was going to end up. When all I had to do was not listen to them in the first place because I knew I was right.
Hey, was it like a severe burn type of thing? Or
Not
was it
really.
just
Well, not I didn't go to the doctor or anything, but
okay. Yeah,
it
yeah.
blew up cuz they shoot out the little red and green light balls.
Yeah.
And I remember it was cold. It was really cold at night. We had our frost. We had our breath would make smoke when we'd breathe, and we had gloves on and coats, and it was really cold. And so when it blew up, I don't know if it was because of the how cold it was or what. But I remember I was holding it and I was scared. I was nervous holding it because I knew I wasn't supposed to be holding it. We were always taught to put it in something. And so I was like kind of waiting for something to happen. And it shot out a few balls and then it blew up.
Yeah.
Made like a big pop.
And honestly, looking back, I can say that from the adult perspective, everything has the potential for danger. Like trampolines are fun, right? But you ever see somebody that loses their trajectory and winds up having their leg go down by the springs and they just it goes down there. It's like the spring pinches and shreds and this girl, her entire leg turned black and blue with bruises. Now she didn't really get cut up, but man, her leg went down in between the trampoline mat and the edge on the ring, and God, it just bruised her entire leg was black and blue, all the from her ankle all the way up to her butt. And that's a trampoline, right? It's like they're fun, but they're
Yeah, we had one. We fell off of it and all
yeah.
that other stuff.
or if you ever see somebody like go off a diving board,
We
but
did
they
that too.
slip, you know. Greg Louganis is an Olympic diver, and he missed his launch by like an inch and clipped the top of his head, and
You,
was bleeding in the pool.
you talking about the nets that they put on the side? No, that's gross. Why? Oh, we we just knew, like, we played all kind of dangerous games growing up. We knew what the risk was, and we just accepted it as part of the play. We would jump off the swing. We would spin the merry-go-round real fast and try to stay on and not fly off. We'd spin it as fast as we can, and then like the gravity would keep you on it. And we would bounce each other. We'd put like a person in the middle of the trampoline and we'd jump as hard as we could to make them, they would like sit or kneel and make them fly up in the air as high as they could. We would do stuff like that. We did all kinds. We would jump off the roof. I jumped on a rusty nail one time. We went through my shoe into my foot. I had to go to the doctor, get a tetanus shot. So that was all part. You just accepted it as part of. We were Gen X was the last of the before the safety generations. Our parents let us play outside. We were unsupervised, and if there was an accident or something, that's when they found out about the danger. But other
And
than
chances
that, they just trusted you to play and not hurt yourself too badly.
and chances are it didn't become an epidemic of making the news about how dangerous trampolines were. It was your
No.
kid got hurt, take
Yeah.
care of your kid.
Yeah.
Mind your fucking business about my kid. My
Lawn
kid,
darts
my
was the
kid.
only epidemic I remember because we used to play. We had some. We played it all the time. And then they were taken off the market. And I didn't understand why because we never had a problem with them. Like, they didn't seem dangerous to us, especially compared to other toys that we played with.
Oh man, we did some wild stuff. You know what they say? You'll shoot your eye out. You know what I mean? Like, not if you don't point it at your face.
Yes, we did some wild stuff. We grew up in the country too, so there was more wild stuff to do there.
Oh yeah, and you're much farther from any sort of you talk about putting a safety net on a trampoline that's 10 foot uh, across. Imagine the safety net when you're out in the field doing some dumb shit, climbing a tree that's 50, 60 foot high, and you fall, bro. You're a mile from the house, and the hospital's 25 miles from there. You mess up, it's oh man, you may not get seen for quite a while.
We didn't need to read the instructions on the lawn darts because we knew how to play, and we didn't. Nothing happened to us. We didn't throw them at each other. You're supposed to get them in the little rings. Everybody stands to the side, and the rings are out in the yard, and you stand and you throw. There's nobody in front of you. You look. If there's a person in front of you, you don't throw the dart. It didn't take complicated instructions. That's why. That's what I'm saying. They didn't seem dangerous. Like, I don't. If you have to really work to get yourself hit by a lawn dart.
Yeah, and paying attention when somebody else has the object in their hands too. Because I mean, just imagine like you could be standing behind the person with the lawn dart. Um, if it slips out of their hand and they're swinging it some certain type of way, it could go anywhere, and you gotta be ready to jump or duck or run. I don't know what the fuck to tell you.
I just
It's
remember it
but
as a fun family game. Like, the adults played, we all played as a family. Now, if the adults were doing it, you automatically didn't think it was going to be dangerous
yeah,
because they wouldn't ever let you do something dangerous.
yeah. It's not like cornhole where you stand next to the target that you're. You know, have you ever played cornhole?
Is that where you throw the things through the hole? We played it with bean bags.
Yeah, yeah. It's like bean bags and is slanted board, and then you
Yeah.
got two people at both sides. Now, I wouldn't play that with darts and stand next to somebody. You know what I mean? But if you're standing behind the person that's throwing at targets and there's nobody down range, I guess you could say, yeah, it sounds fine to me. We abused shit like that. Like we would take a bow and arrow, even though it wasn't like a hunting arrow. It was just like a target, shoot at the hay bale type of arrow. But we would shoot it straight up in the air and then just run for our lives. When you abuse things, like you're kind of asking for it, but you know, when you do things the right way, uh, kind of protect yourself by doing it the right way.
We were able more or less, I mean not always, to use our creativity safely. We didn't
Yeah,
always use the thing as designed. Sometimes it was more fun to innovate,
yeah,
but I'd say with minimal consequences over the uh, uh, over the long haul.
yeah. Sometimes I think a few of me and my friends, we got, you know, we got hurt every once in a while doing dumb shit, but nobody
Yeah.
lost any limbs. Nobody lost their life. And everything that, whether it was me or whether it was any one of them, everybody that wound up getting hurt, it really was a lesson for everybody that sat there and watched it. You know what I mean? I was like, yeah, we won't do that anymore, or we'll find another way to do it the wrong way. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. Yeah. Diogenes, that's I don't know how old you are, but that was growing up Gen X. Plus, all the toys were invented in our generation. Like our parents' generation didn't even have a lot of the stuff to play with, so we were the guinea pigs.
Yeah, my
They
parents
had
are old enough
jacks,
to
jump rope, and
a hoop and a stick.
yeah, lemon twist, lead soldiers. Yeah,
And I'm pretty sure we've talked about this before, but like when you don't have enough people to play football, but you still want to be rough and tumble, and you have a football, we had the game Smear the Queer, and you would just toss the ball up, and whoever had the nuts to pick that ball up became the object of everybody else. So it would become like, one against five or one against 10, and you could see how long you could survive. And then, if you got tackled, the ball went up in the air again, or you could just declare yourself uncatchable and throw it up in the air yourself, and then it starts all
oh,
over
if you
again.
threw it in the air, then they had to stop chasing
Yeah, yeah, because it,
because
it
then
becomes
somebody
a
else would get it.
yeah, but you would see people that would huddle around that ball and not touch it and just wait for you to even get close to it. So you kind of got to come in with a head of steam, snatch it up off the ground, and think you can get away. Or
Yeah, I didn't have good experiences with football. That's another reason they took me out of PE because they would tackle me in football. They would gang up on me. It was flag football. So you weren't even supposed to tackle the person. You're just supposed to tear their flag off. And they would still tackle me. All the guys would jump on top of me and tackle me. And the coach, again, he couldn't make them stop. So they had to take me out of PE. I was too much of a target for violence.
yeah,
Crabapple stick, what is that?
is that like baseball?
I was pretty good at kickball. I could do that. Um, I'm not seeing anything. Wow,
It's
that's a search term.
it sounds kind of like baseball, except you pick crab apples off of a tree and toss them at your friend who has the stick
Oh,
and try to hit it. You know what I mean?
Oh,
because
you lost.
sticks are tiny and so are crab apples. You know what I mean? Whereas baseball bats are like 3.5 inch in diameter, and a baseball is just as big. You know, I don't know, but that's what I would assume. Because we would do the same thing. We would, hey, pick up that stick. You know, pick a thick one, and we would toss pebbles at each other and try to hit home runs. You know what I mean?
Well, we would do the doo doo baby, where my little brother, I didn't think of this. Other kids did, but they would do put a stick in dog shit. They'd find a pile of dog shit, put the stick in it, and then hand it to him, and he would chase us around with it. And he was the doo doo baby. And if he caught you, he would smear the dog doo doo on you.
Oh Jesus!
They would also throw doo doo like dried dog shit. They would throw it in the air and try to get it over the power lines. That was like the goal. And they got a point if it made it over, but if it didn't, then they didn't get the point, and then it would shatter. It was like crumbly. It was like powder or dust. Once it hit the street, it would shatter. So we'd play that too. So we had all kind of games with dog shit that we created because it added that edge to it. Getting chased by just a stick was not enough.
Hey, I would much rather get bullied and have my ass beat daily than have somebody smear me with
I don't
dog
think I
shit.
ever got caught. I always managed. That's why we gave it to the youngest kid because we could outrun him. It was just fun to watch him run around with the stick and try to get us. Hopefully,
People say,
Fatty
"Hey,
likes it
how
more.
did you train to be such a fast Olympian? You broke a world record for the 100 meters." It's like, yeah, my brother used to chase me with dog shit. Oh man.
I thought everyone did that. Fatty, are you on the? He must be on. He might be on the slopes. That's why his connection. Well, we'll see
Oh
if
man.
we get Fatty. I guess no.
Oh man. I guess if I ever wind up coaching any of my daughter's sports teams, should she ever choose them, I'm gonna be like, "Hey, you guys need to work on your speed today." And I I brought a backpack full of dog shit. So
But it's the one. It's the one out in the yard where it's fresh because
oh, okay,
that's the one. That's it has to smell really bad. Like that's the one you're gonna run from.
yeah. No, trust me. I've seen them out there. They they get hard, and then
Yeah, the
sometimes they
dried
even
stuff
turn
once it
into
gets hard, that's a
yeah they
different
turn
game.
into like white powder and
Yeah,
stuff
you
like
could
that.
like squeeze them and they shatter into dust.
Yeah, I mull them up.
And they're
I
real
mull
light when you
them.
throw them. That's why it was so hard to get it over the power line because they didn't have a lot of weight to them.
Yeah, dehydrated dog poop.
We never did the firecrackers in the dog shit, but we did the thing where you unroll the firecracker and you pour out all the gunpowder. You make a pile of gunpowder and then you light it and it sparks. And we did set the pasture on fire one year with smoke bombs because when you light the smoke bombs before the smoke comes out, it shoots out that flame for a few seconds. It's like a blowtorch, and we would point it at the grass. And before we knew it, the whole I guess it was drier than we realized. The whole pasture caught on fire. It was this big giant fire. And I remember we had to go grab these sheets of tin and put it over the fire and stomp on the tin before our grandparents saw us. Before they looked out of the window and saw their field burning, we had to figure out a way to get the fire down. And we had all like 4 or 5 kids out there pulling tin and stomping on tin to put out this fire that we started. A hay fire, yeah, I guess that's what it was. Except this was like the grass growing out of the ground. So we didn't think that kind of grass could burn. We knew hay could burn, but this was grass that was in the ground. It was the grass in the pasture. But I guess it could burn too if it's dry enough.
I think so much of this conversation, especially being the the generational talk and the things that we had and the supervision that we didn't have. I think the mixture of that ties back into the serial killers
I was about
of
to say
old
serial killers.
is
What?
because hey, we had real life evidence from a very young age that every step you take, it doesn't matter if it's Legos or firecrackers or bows and arrows or lawn darts or dodgeball. Like everything is fucking dangerous. Do you want to live or do you want to kill? But when you don't have these outlets of danger, I think the generations before us, maybe those born in the late 50s, 60s, and maybe the early 70s, they didn't have so much outlet. They had the simple shit and they really maybe craved some danger. And maybe they had nuclear families and shit like that. There's like, yeah, nothing's dangerous enough for me. And then when you get some of the most prolific serial killers to walk the earth. Like have an outlet, experience some danger, and it'll
Yeah,
probably
lick a 9-volt battery. Or
it'll help you protect yourself, but it'll also take away that urge to hurt other people, I think. Now there'll always be crazy, but if you've experienced it firsthand or witnessed it firsthand, you probably don't want to do it as an adult. You know what I mean?
I've never had the urge to hurt some random stranger. Like sit around and think, how can I make this other human suffer? What can I do to them to cause them pain? Like I've never had those kind of thoughts. I never did the bug stuff. I was very tender toward the animals, and I could never. I had friends that did that. They would have the magnifying glass with the ants and all of that, and some like stick the firecracker the cat's butts. You'd hear the stories of that. I never had the heart to do any of that. Even to this day, I don't kill the bugs. I throw them outside. That just seemed unnecessarily cruel to me. I would take no. It wouldn't feel like play to me. It wouldn't feel like something fun to sit there and watch an insect fry.
Yeah, something that happened. It wasn't a thing that we did, but it was just this moment in time. My buddy's dad had like a tool shed in the backyard, and he had some leftover bricks on the outside up against the wall, and the bees had made a bit of a home inside the holes in the bricks, and his dad had the idea of like, hey, check this out. So we all took turns lighting these little. They were the little firecrackers. They weren't the big ones, but they did explode. It's nothing you want to go off in your hand. And so we would light them, like two or three of them at a time, stuff them down the hole, and just watch the bees explode.
Oh
And boy,
no.
it didn't get all of them, and they started to come out in force. And the first thing I did was take off running. I hopped the fence like nobody's business. I was across the street, and I still got stung in the back of my arm, like in my tricep area. And it what we did, we were gonna have to try to get away to get the bees away from there anyway. But we went straight up unprovoked war on them. You could have done pesticides, you could have done anything, but we brought out explosives, and I wound up getting stung. My tricep was huge for a couple
Well,
days.
good for you.
Yeah, they got their
Oh yeah, I
victim,
didn't
but
fuck with any. I got stung by a hornet by mistake growing up, and I leave those. I've learned to leave the animals alone. I have a healthy respect for the animal. I do not fuck with them. Did you? That was one of the most painful memories of childhood. It was the big fuzzy green and black. It was green and black, and they were fuzzy. And I was playing on some old metal piece of equipment out in the field, and it had a hornet's nest in it, and I didn't realize it. And I guess I stirred it up, and one of them stung me. And man, that was it. It burned so bad for days.
Yeah.
Now we did play with the crawfish. We tried to pinch each other with the crawfish. We chase each other with the crawfish, and we would throw them in the boiling water and watch them die. But we were gonna eat. We were eating them too. So I guess that we didn't do it for
Yeah.
fun.
Hey, you speak of that. I was in the culinary world for a little bit, and it wasn't my thing, but you know, it's a thing to you put the lobster in there alive, and this one guy, he knew something, he knew a trick, and so like he folded the lobster to where it was like leaning on its claws, and it was sitting on its head, and its tail would curl over, almost like some sort of weird yoga pose. And it stopped moving. Like he made because of their blood circulation system, like it made it pass out. So it did, because they say like if an animal goes into shock when it dies, it can make the meat tough. So it he did this thing, and he got this completely docile asleep lobster when he put it in. And sometimes they say, you can hear them scream if they're fully awake and active when you put them in the boiling water. But this one, it just went in, he put it to sleep, and it went straight into the boiling water, and that was the last of it. Because they cook so quick. Like you don't cook a lobster for many minutes. It's very seafood cooks so quick.
What does a lobster scream sound like?
It's it's like a little eek.
Eek.
And you know what? It might be the air leaving the shell or something like that, but it does sound like a scream. It
Let me
does.
see
It's
if they
it's an
have it on
eerie.
YouTube.
It's an eerie little sound.
Do lobsters scream when you cook them? Lobsters do scream when put in boiling water. Let's see. Oh, hang on. I don't want to show it because I might get struck for animal abuse. Where? Oh Lord, is that okay?
Struck from
I was worried that
animal
might be
abuse.
cop lights for a second. It's just tail lights. So where are you in an Uber? You're not driving, are you?
No, of course I'm not a driver.
Okay.
No,
Is your drunk
I'm
friend driving?
no, he's not drunk. Nobody's
He
drunk.
was.
Oh,
Yeah.
this is
Oh,
Jeff.
did he sober up
Yeah.
already?
Yeah, my name is Jeff. Jeff is cool.
Suck my Jeff.
So, Jeff, I like
You
that.
make Britain look
Why you
cool.
worried about that, Jeff?
He's from
Oh, here we
America.
got
Yeah, he's
Frank back.
American.
Here's the
Well,
serial killer
Yeah,
guy. You
American.
have a rep
here's
now.
Jesus Christ.
That's right.
Americans like really.
Wow.
Are you guys good?
Yeah, we've been
Guys,
talking
you.
about, I don't know, all the crazy stuff we did as children with
My God,
animals
this
and
guy's beating me down about fucking the way he doesn't know me as a friend and stuff. He took me into like shitty water back in the fucking day. He really did. He took me down to some fucking shit and said, "Oh, you gonna get in the water, man?" I was like, "No, I can't get in the water." He was like, "Get in the water. This is fucking brilliant for you," and we did. And you know what it was? It was brilliant because it was like a minefield. Literally, he took me down in the water. You know when you
the
lose
guy you're
you lose
with,
your memory.
are y'all having drunk drama?
No, no, man. This guy's like a billionaire, man. Like he's got money.
Oh, well, we have
No,
super
no,
chats.
I mean this. You know when people say they have money, what is it that money is? Is it like future money or they given money? Right? What do you get to do with money? What do you get to do with it? Is it like exploitation? Is it what you're gonna do with other people? You know? You
What did you
understand?
have at that pub?
Lots of beers. No, he's like, nah, man. It was like, nah. Don't be like that, Jeff. Don't be like that, Jeff.
Oh, I'm just
Jeff,
doing my thing.
is
Oh,
it
we
Jeff?
got
Is it
wow, the whole
Jeffrey? What is
party's here.
Jeffrey? Yeah. Is
What's
it
up,
Jeffrey?
Frank? Welcome back.
Thank you.
Oh
I'm
shit,
just making
man.
coffee.
God, they
S-
gang guys
So,
listen to me.
so I know
Hey,
what
Hank.
money is. It's credit
I think
debt
Jeffrey is
pairs.
listening.
We have currency as tokens to represent who has
I
credibility,
like
who
it.
owes who what.
Is it Jeffrey? Jeff, is your name
Hank, your
Jeffrey?
mic.
What's
Sorry.
wrong with my mic?
It's you can call me Jeff.
Call me Jeff, not Jeffrey. Is it Jeffrey though?
You can call me Jeff.
It's easier to just call me.
Oh, this. he, yeah, I'll let him focus on driving. So
Yeah,
Hank, say your mic was coming in low, but you were telling us what money was.
yeah,
I
credit
have no
debt
clue, so I
pairs.
have to hear it from other people.
Yes, it's credit debt pairs, and money's just a way to keep track who owed who what.
All right. Cool story. Thank you. Now I know what money is. Never knew that.
I'm still trying. I learned by doing. I'd have to play with some hands-on to really understand what it is.
You need to get deep into that, you know? Just ask Hank. Because apparently it's to track everybody.
Oh.
Yes, actually, yes. Track everybody and
Well,
track who's
this
producing.
you talk
All
like
right,
a
we'll keep
The
on
guy
maniac.
going.
from Idaho dropped by earlier, but he
Fucking drives
couldn't
like a
connect.
maniac. This guy. Do you know what he drives like a fucking king?
I can't.
And
I
he
told y'all
drives.
to take an Uber. Well, I guess if he's a billionaire, he can buy his way out of
Yeah,
justice.
but that's the point, isn't it? That is the point. I wish I could fucking drive Uber. But I
No,
know,
no,
Jeff.
ride. You ride in
Guys,
the
don't do
when you're
this.
in your
Don't do this.
condition. The
I'm
Uber is
fucking
for
sad.
riding in.
No, it's fine, man. As long as you're locked in.
Yeah, just don't wind up buying a telephone pole. You know what I'm saying?
Touche, touche. You know, in the military, you know, many people died from many things. One of them was actually, you know, maneuvers.
Manures,
Maneuvers,
No,
maneuvers,
maneuvers.
maneuvers. When they maneuver,
hold on.
when they
It's the way
maneuver,
that he.
maneuvers.
It's the way that he said that. You know, in the military,
Manu-
many people died of many
Yeah,
things. Oh, you don't say!
yeah. Look at that, man. It's maneuvers, isn't it? There we go. So all this is really cool.
You know,
Where
I'm
are
pretty
y'all?
sure.
This is like the endless highway. Where are you
Yeah,
headed?
man. You never know, man.
Hey, I'm pretty sure as an army cook, I killed too many of my own people.
You never know, my man, because, you know, in the army, people die of many
It
things.
depends on how much you want to dig down deep, man. You know, how many
Undercooked
people
chicken.
you gonna? Yeah, gotta cook chickens. How many chickens you need to cook? How many eggs you gotta fry? You know?
Hold
Oh, I
on, you know.
forgot. You're on the left side of the road there. I'm
Oh shit! I'm
very
in Britain,
disoriented.
man. Dickhead.
It's like, yeah, look up.
You know,
America.
you can cook a chicken, but you still could die of salmonella. Just saying. When you're in the military, you could die of many things.
You guys are the best, man. That's why I love. That's why I love Jeff's fucking stage. Jeff, your name is Jeff. That's why I like Jeff's stage, man.
We need to get more adults on it. I found out that they use YouTube more than any other platform.
Fucking A, man. We gotta get some more YouTubes.
Yeah.
Fucking A, man. I'll see you soon.
Oh, okay. You're off to the next
that
destination.
that really made my day. That was the best comment ever.
Well, I'm gonna go grab a refill myself. Y'all chat among yourselves, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, always.
I love it when people make comments like that, and it's so contradictory. Like, I'm so proud of my profession, but you can always die of many things.
Yeah, I put my pants on too tight one time, and it cut off the circulation. and,
Wasn't
I
it
spent
because you had
I
a bullet hole there? Just saying. Were you in the military?
Oh my god! I put my valve in my gas mask in backwards one time, and it wouldn't let me breathe. I should have read the fucking instructions. Instead, I was listening to a private. Oh my god.
Oh God.
Oh god. But that is something like we were talking about, the bugs and the wildlife and stuff. That was something that was one of the very first lessons they told us was, hey, don't fuck with the wildlife. If you see something moving, leave it alone unless you are determined to set up a plan to kill it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I talk to a lot of lawyers, and when they say I'm gonna hang up, I'm kind of worried about them. Just saying. It doesn't
Probably
always.
goes to comedians and rock stars as well. Sorry. So, sorry.
They go like, "You want to sniff this?" Most likely not, but
Oh,
you want to have fun with my guitar? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
yeah. Shamalama.
So
Shamalama. Dong.
do you want to do a Kurt Cobain? Preferably not, but
Yeah, I'd have to work on my trigger toe.
You what? You trigger tone?
yeah, trigger toe.
Hey, God is real. Welcome.
Be that's hey, if you're not laughing, then
That's something
Looks
wrong.
like I
you
missed a lot.
never failed, you never survived a failure before. You know what I'm saying?
That's some dark humor that we just did.
Yeah. There's no there has never been a price not paid for learning a lesson.
That's why we have amazing paintings with the club of 26. Oh no, 27.
Yeah, I saw
Sorry.
that.
It's a club, and then you're not in it. Well, at least I am not. I'm already over 27, so.
Oh, your mic is coming in low again.
I'm being silenced.
I know how to fix it. I'm gonna go deface this Cybertruck down the road. I'm just kidding.
That's a good one.
Except
Okay.
for I think is
Hank, what's up?
I want to talk about astrology, but I guess we're doing idle chit chat, so I'm kind of ignoring it.
Oh, okay. Well, we could talk about astrology, I guess. If somebody
yeah,
has
I'm
something to
down.
say about it. What about it? The thing this morning?
Yeah. So pretty much we did the astrology thing like a year and a half ago, but it was inconclusive. So I really have a hard time taking it seriously. I couldn't determine if I was INTJ or ENTJ at the time. So plus a
Now,
whole bunch of
your
other
mic is
predictions,
coming in low now.
a whole bunch of maybe maybe an issue with your StreamYard. I'm not sure because it usually doesn't.
I have you
think-
turned
It
up.
comes out for me fine, by the way.
Yeah, he's.
Because then it must maybe it's on your end. Jeff?
You're the only one sounded low. I have you turned up
I-
all the way.
I can't. It can't be because you said the other guy was low too. 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, Jeff. Jesus Christ. What's wrong with you?
My ears work. They might be bad, but they work. And the chat was saying it too.
Yeah, sure.
And now he's coming in so loud I can barely listen.
I can hear you. You're just very low. But you've had problems with your mic for a while. That's what I'm saying.
I only have
It's not
problems with your mic
unusual
on
for
your
you to come
show.
in low.
I didn't have problems with my mic on any other show with the same
Well,
settings.
I'm just letting you know you're coming in low right now. But
Get
what about I
get
didn't hear what
low.
you said about astrology.
I'll say it again. Pretty much, I did a show Xeon to figure out what my MBTI type was, and it was inconclusive at the time. So that's why I saw, and plus a lot of the predictions that they made just haven't come forth. So I just having a hard time taking it seriously because it's just not right enough.
Okay, I'm gonna pretend to have a lot of knowledge about that, but what did you just say?
He
I don't.
Are you able to hear him?
Yeah, I can.
Oh.
He's coming really really hot.
Who's got you hot?
No, Frank's microphone's coming in really hot.
I have it really
I was
low,
about to
actually.
Oh.
Hold
It
on.
sounds super high.
What about now?
He was very low earlier. This sounds a lot better.
Not to me. It sounds horrible.
What about now?
Hell no, just shit.
What about now?
Yeah, that's good.
I don't know. I do everything upside down, so I need to do everything upside down. I do apologize for that. But what did you mean? What you just said? You said some freaking secret code or whatever.
I'll say it for a third time. I'll just go very slowly.
I apologize for that.
Yes, the astrology doesn't seem to make that much sense because a lot of the things that predicted in my session, that either Jeff and Xeon hasn't come forth. They couldn't pin down my MBTI type, like I asked them to. They could, and it's really just nothing really that justified. It's all runs on the Barnum effect.
So you think that astrology should be able to type somebody's
That was
MBTI?
that was Xeon's claim, and
Oh.
he was really, it was inconclusive at the time.
What did they predict that didn't happen?
I think sex code's literally in the title of the what's it called?
That you were going to get some?
Yeah, so that didn't work.
Did they give you tips on how to make that happen?
No.
Maybe it hasn't happened yet, like the planets haven't aligned yet. Tonight they're going to be all in a row.
Oh, so that was when you got sex when the planets all aligned? Okay, good to know.
Well, he hasn't yet. He's still waiting on it. But the astrologer told him it would happen at some point. And it hasn't. So he's skeptical.
I do have my own thoughts about like the astrology and stuff like that. And that is like your birth sign, like what time of year you were
Zodiac.
born. Yeah. And it, to me, what it seems like, it's not necessarily the sign in and of itself. It has more to do in your first experiences, outside the womb. And so I'm an Aries, right? But the sign really doesn't mean too much, as much as it means that I was born in spring. And then, as my first experiences was, going through spring and then summer. And, maybe that has something to do with my experience with the water, which, experiences don't come from signs, they come from your parents and, where they take you and your location on the earth and things like that. But as far as predictions go of, oh, hey, the stars aligned, and you were born and stuff like that. But as soon as you hear a prediction, it's kind of that what do they call it? Like the butterfly effect of seeing something or hearing something that you think or somebody else maybe even thinks that should happen with you, and then all of a sudden thought in your head that will change so much about your actions. So, you know,
Yeah,
I
I
I find it to be so much of it to be a bunch of bullshit, but your first experiences as an outside of the womb human being, you know, if you were born in October, you know, you're going to feel the world get colder and colder, and your first experience is going to be winter. Um, and then, you know, if you were born in summer, your first experiences are going to be hot, and then you're going to go into fall and winter and yada yada yada. I think that's more important than, oh, did the stars align, or what does your sign say about with mythology, and where all the stars shape, you know, with the what do they call them, constellations, what they are when the so that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I just know when they read my chart, it was very accurate. But I don't believe it's because the planets made me that way. I just
but
think they're really good at reading people.
oh yeah, that makes
I,
sense.
I, bro, you lost me there. I really want to say something, but I'm just not going to. But,
We had an astrologer on this morning. That's why it's been a topic today. He looked at a few
ah,
charts.
interesting.
What are life path numbers? Is that something I want to know? Let me look it up.
That is the path you need to walk. And you have separate numbers. I wouldn't
How
have
to
a fucking clue.
calculate. And okay, it's based here. We can calculate it. It's based on your birth date and what it reveals about your personality, purpose, and challenges. Okay, let's see. Select your date of birth. But how is it calculated?
Yeah, that's what
With
I want to
math.
know. Like, what's the equation? Do you add them
Yeah.
together, like month,
Okay, how
day,
to.
and the
Your birth date is made of three parts: the month, the day, and the year. And your life path number is essentially a sum of these numbers. However, you can't simply add up the whole string. The method makes it possible to end up with the master number life path where there isn't one, or for a master number to not appear. Let's see. It's numerology. Um, First, you have to reduce each of the three parts to a single digit and then add up those digits. It's very there is a formula, but it's very complicated. So I'm just going to let it tell me what mine is. Life path number 5. Lifelong. I'm on a lifelong adventure. I'm ready for anything and I want to soak up every experience this world has to offer. They tend to learn by living, don't allow themselves to get stuck in any situation that has outworn its interest. The moment things start to get humdrum, they move on to something more fascinating. A lot of these things are so general, parts of it can
Exactly.
apply to anybody.
Yes, I mean
Exactly.
I got life path number one, but it applies to you just as much as it applies to me. People born with life path number one are on a lifelong mission to exert their independence and step into their personal
Yeah,
power.
you're right. I do relate to it.
Yeah.
That's having like a spiritual reading. Does your life suck? And most predominantly, they'll why would you be in there to not say no? No, my life doesn't suck. I'm just here for fun. It's kind of
Well,
reading the room.
well, you could be there for fun though.
How?
You have more money than sense.
And what? You have more money than sense. What does that mean?
Oh my, it may apply to you if you ask me what it means.
yeah.
So
So
pretty much you're spending money like a drunken sailor because you have so much, but it doesn't really make a difference to you.
I'm not a drunken sailor. I'm just Dutch. We have a lot of sailors, though.
Because you'll have the
Yeah, so
canals.
Exactly.
if I did it right, then I guess I'm a 4.
Does it
Why-
apply to you? Every one of them makes it seem like you're on this exciting journey.
It's
I'm always on an exciting journey when I'm drunk.
Are you drunk? What time is it over there?
Let me see. 1 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
Perfectly fine. By the way, drinking coffee.
it's all good.
Awkward.
I've always seen myself as a 4 anyway,
What do you mean by 4, bro?
because I may not be that good looking, but I'm not a complete failure at life.
Like a 4 out of 10?
What do you think
how
that?
people judge, oh, is she a 10, or she might be a 10, but in real life, she's a 3. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you mean personality versus looks, or with looks?
Well, I don't know. I really
I would
don't
put
know.
you higher than a 4.
What? Dude, you look badass. What are you talking about?
Well, you're only seeing me through a camera.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. What does that say about your personality? It doesn't say jack shit, does it?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think so much of this shit is superficial, and what a life is really worth is so much deeper than a moment in time, a certificate, the picture that you look like. It's who you. Yeah, what do they say? To be is to do is to be, and Scooby Doo said, "Dooby dooby doo."
It's yabba dabba doo time.
Jack, I don't disagree with you. I don't have any style whatsoever.
I do. Jax, you don't appreciate Hank's hats? I think Hank comes with a lot of style.
See, the thing is that I think a lot of people are misrepresenting on how people look because the looks doesn't account for anything.
No, anybody could product
Exactly.
Of course, looks account for things. It's because people pick other people based on their looks.
What do you think that?
Because I see that with my eyes.
No, you
I mean, I
believe
pick
that.
people on their looks. I don't want to sleep with ugly people.
What I learned.
You're not helping the point.
I know your point is
But
wrong.
I do. Hank doesn't believe me, but he can pull off a good look under the right circumstances.
I know I can pull off a good look. I get
try.
compliments all the time from men.
Well, then what is your difficulty then? If you're getting compliments on your looks, that means people
From
find
men.
you attractive.
I'm not. Yeah, men.
Oh,
not
not from women.
Yes.
Are the women seeing you with the profile picture that I told you about?
I get compliments.
Or are they only
in real
seeing
life
you with the hat
from men.
and the shirt?
I get compliments in real life from men, but not from women.
So what does that matter? Does that hurt your ego?
I'm about to fool women. Listen, that's why it matters.
No, I think it hurts your ego, and that's where you feel less like a man.
No, I want to pull women, but they choose other people with me because my looks aren't appealing to them.
Yeah, that makes you insecure, doesn't it? Because otherwise you don't bitch about it.
No, it doesn't.
You do.
I'm just okay. You can read my mind now. What number am I thinking of?
But if you can't get women, does it impact how you feel about yourself?
No.
Oh.
Of course it does. Otherwise you wouldn't fucking make a fucking argument about it.
Okay, Frank. You know me better than I know myself. What number am I thinking of?
10.
Wrong. Let's go move to the next topic.
There's something to be said about, like I mentioned about the superficial stuff. And what I learned in biology is the definition of fitness is the prospect of procreation. So in nature, yes, okay, the brightest red cardinals are going to be more attractive. The flamingo, and there are these visual, superficial aspects, but they don't necessarily define whether that bird will still find a partner or not. And when you get beyond the superficial, especially as humans, and when you have the chance to interact with the other, you find somebody that's on your level and you will be fine. If you are trying something outside of your level, good luck to you. You could
Then you're a
always go
stalker.
down.
How do you
You
know
could
your
always,
level?
well, I
You know,
mean, you just have to accept what you are.
But
you know the most important thing is that you don't try too hard. Just let things come up to you. I mean, that's the most alluring thing that a guy
yeah,
can
that's what I
have.
do.
Yeah, so you assume I'm a tryhard.
Yeah, I am saying exactly that.
So here's the thing: people make all kinds of ridiculous assumptions based on their own opinion, what they have in their head, and they don't care about what I actually do. So that's why we can't have a conversation.
Why is that? Because you're a little bit intimidated, or don't you want to have an actual conversation?
Well, I have a lot. Well, I have an actual conversation, but you already shown that you're incapable of doing it. So
Um,
I should probably I'm not gonna try to put extra throw pearl outside the swine.
That's fine. And brother, I totally get that. But see, I'm straightforward, and I know I used to work in mental health, and I know when somebody feels uncomfortable and trying to make a point that's totally not relevant for the conversation that you're trying to have. So I'm calling you out on exactly that, dude. You're a perfectly good looking guy. Stop bitching about it. Just live your life, and people will come eventually to you. As long as you
Yes,
don't think
I
about
thought
it.
dead. Yeah, yeah. Even if I didn't, there's something wrong with me. I need to work on myself more. There's no way for me to win this game, so I'm not
No,
gonna
you
play
don't.
it.
I don't think it's working on yourself. I think it's finding the people that are going to appreciate you for you.
Exactly. And that is
And I
what
don't know.
matters.
That's why
Yes,
when we talk, I try to find out where you're trying to find the
yeah. And
people.
it comes to hearing something. I never go out of my house, even though I worked all the way through the lockdown, out of my house. But okay, you have your
I
assumptions.
I
They
never
contradict
said
the
you don't get
fact.
out of your house.
Yeah, but Frank's assuming it with his
He
assumptions.
he Frank never. I never heard him say that. I never heard him say anything about whether you leave your house or not.
Yeah, he didn't say it explicitly, but he meant it.
Well,
No,
now you're
you
doing the mind reading.
exactly.
Yes, yeah, because I heard this script before.
Okay. Well,
Then
In
what
fact, he
did
revealed it when he said he was in mental health because I read their scripts. I read their white papers.
so you're already thinking what I'm thinking and thinking that I have an opinion about you. Then what is my opinion
You
about me?
expressed that you had an opinion about me.
I said I worked in mental health, and then I gave my totally unsubscripted opinion about you.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said you did. And because you said you knew work in mental health, I knew where stuff was going because I read other people who also work in mental health say the same things.
There's nothing wrong with you. You know that.
Yes, allegedly.
relative to other people.
Yeah, yeah. Allegedly, there's nothing wrong with me, but also I'm not. There is something wrong with me because I'm not pulling chicks. So, go
Well, what do
figure.
you think it is?
I just don't look good enough I don't pay women enough. That's
I don't think
pretty
it's
simple.
looks. I
But
think you look fine. You look good enough to pull chicks. There's people way less attractive than you that are pulling chicks.
I agree with that. So, what do
Well,
you think it is?
I think it's
I
the
would ask.
autism.
I would ask about the if that's what you're concerned about. I would ask um, what is the like? There's levels to this shit. So what is the levels of women that you think that you should be pulling that's not working for you? Because they're
One's
human. Because they're human too.
any at all would be a good start, so I can actually have data to measure.
I
do you
mean, do
think
you
that?
have standards? Could you pull
Uh,
ugly women?
No,
Do you try? Like I know women
no, I
right
don't
now
really
that would
try
sleep with
either.
you because they'd sleep with anybody.
I don't really try either.
Oh. But I'm assuming you want a woman that you're attracted to. Like you want someone that you can
Yeah, I would prefer
have some
one that
kind
I'm
of
attracted to.
stimulation for.
Well,
Yeah,
tell me, what is the most alluring woman that attracts you?
well, most alluring woman that attracts me.
alluring woman? Like, name a movie star.
I don't watch Hollywood movies.
Or anybody we
And
name that we
anybody.
would know.
Anybody, I would say that I'm not sure I could say one that you know.
Megan Fox.
No, I don't watch Hollywood movies.
Taylor
But
Swift.
Oh yeah, Taylor Swift. Yeah, that's a good one.
Jesus Christ.
Okay.
I mean, I even bought a magazine cover last year just to have as a prop. So Taylor Swift would probably be a good one.
So you like Taylor Swift?
Yeah, I would say I like her.
What do you like about her? Because she's popular?
I like her look. I like her look. I like that she the memes she gets in. I actually do like some of her music. I don't seek it out, but when I do comes on the radio at work, I listen to it.
What about any females surrounding you? Do you like them?
Any females? Yeah, I like a few of them, but they already have boyfriends. And I'm not guess strong enough to pull them out of their current relationship. So.
What makes you say that? Well, okay, fair enough.
Because I didn't. It's that simple.
No, I get that. You're a respectful man. But what about females that are single? Because there needs to be a ton around you.
I mean, I don't even get hits on the dating app, so I can actually pull out of them after 3 months.
Doesn't mean shit. Why are you so worried? Like, what do you feel that
I'm 33 and I haven't got anything outside of a transaction, so that's why I'm so worried.
Well, that's why you don't need to hook up with hookers.
Okay, what do I need to do, Frank?
Just be yourself. That is the only thing.
If I'm not myself, then who am I? If I'm not myself,
yourself. That is exactly what I'm telling you.
You tell me to be myself. If I'm not myself, who am I?
Well, apparently it looks like you're kind of a toddler having a temper tantrum or sexual frustration, hence that temper tantrum analysis. Dude, just jerk off. Watch some porn. Can be all fixed with that. Stop bitching about it.
Jeff, you're dodging my question.
I'm not dodging it. I'm explaining exactly what you need.
Jeff, he's dodging my question. I asked
him if
I'm
you're not yourself, who are you?
Yes, he's dodging my question.
Then apparently you are nobody. Then apparently you did not want to have the effort to look into yourself and ask. What does it matter?
You need a wingman. Do you have a wingman? Somebody that can go with you to meet girls?
No, I don't. I don't try to just fit in with the crowd. I don't take the effort.
Because they could mediate, notice the interaction and troubleshoot and help mediate between you and. I don't know. It's helpful if you have another person there, especially for. Yeah, you're going at it on your own and having another pair of eyeballs.
Yeah, I don't take an effort to fit in the crowd and just have them just around. I don't want to be like an orbiter. I'd rather just do stuff on my own than be an orbiter.
But you have to be where the women are. Like, they're not going to come and find you at your house.
But
okay, now we're back to the assumption I don't go out. So, okay.
But can I add that, and I say this from personal experience, is when you have friends and friends have friends and you're in a mixed type of crowd, having friends means that you were yourself and you have like-mindedness from the get-go, right? So let time pass and let somebody witness the real you, just doing your natural thing, and then, if you have friends, then spreading the word amongst them, it can come full circle. I met my wife in college, and we had a dorm, and we were all just friends. I wasn't after anything. I wasn't chasing anything. In fact, this girl had a boyfriend, and 10 years later, she's not with her boyfriend anymore. She graduated from college. I went and did my own thing, and just dropping a line to somebody that was a friend back in the day. Now we've been married for 11 years.
Yep.
Yeah, I've been to college before. I graduated in 2012.
You know, Hank, there is no pickup line, no guide or book or whatever people think that they can help you pick up women with. There's no such thing.
Yes, I know that. I debate red pillars. I know that already. I personally debate red pills because I know that already. And you're making assumptions I don't know that already. That's why you have to tell me. You have to educate me on stuff I already know.
Well, he don't know what you know and don't know. He just met you.
Well, there's a difference between knowing
Plus,
and doing.
the audience might benefit from hearing it.
Dude, I'm trying to give you some advice, and you already come off as really hostile.
Yes,
That's
I am really hostile to it because I heard it all before, and you just.
I don't know that.
It's always I know. That's what I'm trying to tell you that right now because I know you don't know that.
You're stepping into a landmine here. That's why I stay away from advice with him.
Oh, that's fine.
Because,
I can take it.
Yeah, it's because it's just always me doing something wrong rather than it just don't have what they're looking for.
Bro,
it's always me doing
no. That's not what I'm saying at all. You're not doing anything wrong. Just be yourself.
You said I need to be. You said I need to be myself. I asked you if I'm not myself. Who am I? Then you sidetracked it on some other point.
Because you're overthinking.
I'm trying to get you to actually answer the question. If I'm not myself, who am I?
And I did answer that question.
You sidetracked it on. Well, you need to watch porn or something, or you shouldn't try so hard. Did you answer the question?
Well, I told you to be less of a pussy and stop bitching. Just be yourself, or otherwise jack off on something if you're sexually frustrated, because that is 100% what you are. Is sexually frustrated.
Now he's calling me a pussy. Now he's calling me a pussy. Jeff, you take this guy seriously after what I've been through on this panelverse? He's calling me a fucking pussy.
Well, there's something that you said that really kind of touches me in the way that you said it. Pulling chicks. If you are thinking
like they're an object
and hit all the turns, bro, all I can say is good luck. But what I think is being said is if you are yourself, you will find people that are themselves and spend the time.
Okay, so I haven't been myself since I was born.
No one's saying you're not yourself.
Yeah,
just keep being yourself.
I'm not myself.
Don't try to do anything artificial.
Okay, I don't understand what you mean then. I need to be myself.
Just ignore it. It's not useful to you. If you're being yourself, then don't worry about it. You just have to be yourself around the right people because they don't know that you're out there. They don't know that you're sitting in your room and where to find you. You have to go be yourself around somebody that can observe you being yourself.
I'm over here because I've been there, done that. It didn't work for me. Then I'm still
I
still need to be myself because I haven't been myself yet somehow.
You have to continuously do it until you get the results you want.
Hank, how do you see?
It hasn't been moving the needle, so I keep hearing where I need to be myself still. So I keep asking you if I'm not myself, who the hell am I?
Well, there's another sentence that comes behind the whole pulling chicks thing, and that is the objectification of pussy. If you want pussy, go pay for it. Nobody really gives a shit. But if you want to be with somebody that gives to you willingly and is willing, and you share the same goals, you need to, one, have goals yourself, and two, find somebody that is willing to spend the time with you that shares those goals. If you want to objectify pussy, go ahead and just buy it. I can't help.
But you want more. You're looking for more than that, right?
Oh, absolutely. But it's just I haven't found much like-minded people right now. I kind of break away from society because they keep
please.
And
please, of course. And I keep being nagged because I'm somehow not being myself. I haven't gone out now, even though I have. I'm freaking 33 years old.
I think you're being.
Then act like one.
And he's calling me a pussy, even though I've gone against some of these most scary troll terrorists that aren't even allowed on
Well,
Jeff's
then
show.
just shrug it off. If you know you're not a pussy, then it should just roll right off of you. Like, this guy don't know me.
And I'm pointing out to the audience because they watch me that he doesn't know me, but he's coming with the same narrative that I haven't gone out yet. I haven't been to college. I haven't had a job. I haven't been myself. So that's why I haven't pulled someone other than the fact that I'm just not their cup of tea.
You just said a lot about yourself, you know? And see, the thing is, dude, I was trying to give you friendly advice, but the reason why you kept harping on it so much, that is why I called you a pussy. Because that is what you are. Because you whine too much. You overthink too much.
The whole point is just to shut me up. You got it. I'm out of here.
Hey,
Bye.
you don't have to leave. You're just frustrated.
Yes,
Exactly.
I am frustrated. But he's telling me that I'm afraid. I haven't gone out. I haven't been myself.
Yeah, but he
There's no
doesn't
fucking
know you.
30
He's a
fucking-
total stranger. He doesn't know
Then why
you.
is he making that assertion? Why the fuck is he making that assertion if he doesn't know me?
Because you come off that way.
So that's the impression you're currently making on him.
Yeah.
Alright, so it's a...
That doesn't mean he's right.
Dude, you're probably a
Going by
nice guy.
By what he's seeing
I'm not
right
a
now.
nice guy. Fuck you.
Thank you.
No, and Hank is, I mean, he's an admitted narcissist,
No, that's fine.
psychopath that's trying to mind control people for world domination, too. He
No,
leaves
that-
that part out.
That's fine. No, I could read. I could read that guy like a charm. But no, see, the thing that I had an issue with, how you objectified women. That's not cool.
Oh, and I didn't pick up on that at all. Cause
Yeah, he didn't.
I mean, I know him enough to know he's looking for more than just that. Because he could easily go out and pay for it, like attract.
No, Untrackable exactly said that.
I caught you. You said you could read me like a fucking charm.
I can.
Okay, what number am I thinking of?
I said I could read you because of your personality, not what you're thinking.
What's my MBTI type?
I said I could read you,
Yes,
not how fat you are.
what's my MBTI type? You can read me. What's my MBTI type?
I wouldn't have a freaking clue.
Exactly my point.
You really like to be right, don't you?
Only when other people are just wrong.
I think that you're a little bit intimidated by me, and that's fine. I think it's cute.
What's my MBTI type, Mr. Reader?
That's not, like I said, I don't know.
You said you can read me, so what's my MBTI type?
I do not know. Do I need to say it for the third time?
Yes, because you said you can read me, you can read my type, then you don't know what my type is.
He didn't say you could read your type. He just said he could read you.
It implies that you can read my type because
Like
you
he
can read
could
me.
make inferences about your personality and motivation.
Yes, he's projecting because he doesn't know. He doesn't know me.
We all do
He
that.
does. He doesn't know me. He's making a whole bunch of assumptions because of
What? Here's my thing. Why does he bother you so much? Because this happens to me all the time when total strangers think they know me, and I know that they don't. I just sit there and let them be ignorant.
Because he keeps pushing this narrative that I'm not doing enough. I'm not working myself enough. I'm not being myself at all, and it really frustrates me because I keep working my ass off. I keep working my ass off every day, and it doesn't count.
I think that you're an entitled little twat.
I work my fucking ass off every day, and I had to do more and more and more.
Well, what are you doing though every day? You talking about to get women?
No, just in general.
Well, I think he's talking specifically about women, the issue that you were talking about. Because I don't think anyone doubts that you work hard. I know you put a lot of time in on YouTube. You have a full-time job, and you work probably more real hours than anybody I know on YouTube, and you do YouTube.
Yes, but somehow I'm a pussy. I'm a pussy too.
But
somehow.
that's not any of the stuff we're talking about. We're talking about
here's the thing.
specifically
It doesn't matter
related
what
to
I
your
do.
goal of trying
He
to
already
get
had.
women.
He already had the opinion of me, and it's orthogonal to what I actually do. So I had to do more and more and more just to not get out of the hole. That's an impossible game. But he's trying to help me with his advice somehow.
I think that you already made up your mind and that you don't want to listen to any of us, which is fine, and that's why I triggered you.
Here's the thing. I've been hearing this advice for decades. And I just think so. I used to say, "Well, you must be right. Try it." And now I think, well, if you really mean it, you can support it. So now I press people on it because I'm wise. I'm more wise than I used to be.
The only thing you really said was be yourself, which is not bad advice, and to watch porn to jack off, which is also not bad advice.
So it's good advice, but it implies that I haven't been myself for 33 years already. That's what applies. If it's good advice, it means I haven't been myself for 33 years already, which comes with, if I'm not myself, who am I? I mean, you knew me before I came to YouTube, Jeff. So if I'm not myself, who the hell am I? The only thing I changed was my name because I didn't want to talk about freaking other famous people.
I don't think being yourself is the issue. I don't think you have a problem being yourself. I think the issue is finding the people to be yourself around that's going to be able to appreciate it in return.
Exactly. And that's where the love also comes from, buddy. Just saying. Because you're already projecting that you are, at least that is to me, that you are entitled to, how did you inference it? To them, they, whatever? Because, dude, you're not going to get any women if you're trying to objectify by them. See, and if I can piss you already off just by saying that you need to be yourself.
So counterexample, Andrew Tate.
Bring it on.
I mean, Andrew Tate literally all he does for living is objectify women. And men, too. And he's bringing all kinds of women.
Right, but they're having transactional relationships. He's not bringing in what you're looking for. Are you looking for a girlfriend or just to get laid?
Somebody like Andrew Tate is selling you what objectification of a lifestyle. It's not. He does not live the way what he's selling you. He's buying people to help him sell you something, an idea.
Well, you think that he lives in Romania?
Tomorrow.
Oh, I'm gonna join. Oh,
so he can get away with his freaking sex trafficking ring, but he got in trouble for that too.
Exactly.
Right, we
and you as a no, dude, you as a human being should already know that. If you know that he's there having a sex trafficking ring, should you be following his beliefs? You should be disgusted with yourself if you believe that.
Here's the issue. You said if you do objectify, you can't get women. He's a counterexample.
Yeah, you like to do counterexamples, don't you? Because you know in the fact that you're wrong, I'm still calling you a goddamn pussy for bringing up that point because you don't believe in red pill fucking issues, right? You just brought up one yourself. You're so controversial.
That's a counterexample to your narrative.
No, dude, you're so full of shit. You're feeling fucking entitled to fucking have women. Well, you know what? This is a reason exactly why you're not goddamn entitled. And that's why you're not getting any because you're so full of yourself.
So you're being too much yourself.
So which one is it? Am I not being myself? Am I being too much myself?
I don't think it's either one. I think it's your dating pool. You have to find one and step into it. You're not exposing yourself to women. Well, you're not where the women are.
Freaking, a lot of people meet women at work, and I work.
Are you meeting women at work?
Yes.
Well then, what are you bitching about?
Because you're not attracted to me, dumbass. And you're not listening to me.
I think that's really not a good idea to fraternize, to get along with the people that
Exactly.
There's all kinds of people who met at work and dating.
But apparently it's not you. It's not suited for you. And goddamn good reason because, dude, you're full of yourself.
Am I for myself or not being myself?
Well, apparently, I retract everything that I said because apparently you feel so fucking goddamn arrogant that you feel entitled for shit. Dude, be happy that you're not a serial killer because that's usually how it starts off. I'm not sure if you had any rabbits, dogs, or cats, and I hope that you goddamn didn't do anything to them because this is kind of a pattern going on, buddy.
Yeah, but the
Okay,
part
now
about
to worry about being now he's worried about me being
well,
a
but
serial
aren't you
killer.
a narcissist? Like, there's that part too. Do you tell women that?
I never tested as a narcissist, to be honest. In fact, I was wrong.
So you are masking somewhat.
Of course he's masking. Fuck off, Jesus. Oh my god. I don't feel entitled for this. I don't feel entitled for that. It's like a fucking kid in the supermarket getting a temper tantrum. But I want my corn breaks.
It's sexual frustration, though. Like, I
It
understand people
is.
wanting to.
It doesn't mean that you're entitled for shit.
No, nobody's entitled to that, but it doesn't stop people from wanting it and getting frustrated when they
Yeah.
don't have it.
You know, Hank, you know the thing what women like is respecting them. You don't do that. Thus meaning you're not entitled to jack shit. You might as well call a dude that will call over right away and pull your pants for them. It's called a gigolo. I think that you're pretty much suited for that. God, you're an asshole.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
That's
What do
gonna
you-
cut down on your prospects. Take it from me.
Well, I heard be myself. So which one is it?
It's
No,
both.
I think. Oh, go ahead.
No, if your true self is an asshole, don't stop being that. That's just you're gonna have a very limited selection to choose from. That's gonna be looking for that or be attracted to that.
And there's also something to
But
be said
I don't
about
think any of that is the issue. I think it's just the numbers. It's just increasing the amount of people that get to know you.
and
Yeah,
there's
that's what
something
I'm
to
on
be
YouTube for.
But
Dude.
no, women don't hang out. Like the ratio of men to women in the panelverse. You're hoping to meet a woman in the panelverse that's gonna visit you where you are. Go on Kendra. Have you tried that? That's your best bet if you're looking to meet on YouTube.
Go on. Well, I
Kendra
can
G.
go. I'm not. I don't see any men on Kendra. So
They're in the audience. Yeah, there's men that go on Kendra all the time.
it's just the
takes
last one I
both,
heard about was Simon Hectic, and I haven't even seen him for like last year.
Yeah, I haven't either. I forgot all about him actually.
I'm okay with Simon. I don't know much about him, but I'm okay with him.
So, he's a character. But if
Yeah.
you're hoping to meet women on YouTube, you hang out on a lot of panels that are very mostly male. Like there's not a lot of women that hang out in this sector.
Hold on, let me put on
This
my
is your
wig.
dating strategy is to hang out on YouTube with a bunch of men. It's not a question of being yourself or not. It's finding where the numbers are.
You actually don't know where I've been. I mean, I've been on going Jubilees pretty often. And it's pretty much all women there. Floats they tap women. So
Well, what was your
so Machine
experience there?
Lies is like a core women. It's just most of them are just attached and don't want anyone. So
Now, why don't you go there? I want you, all of you. Doesn't matter who. Anything else, Hank, or was that it?
this is what I'm working against. This freaking narrative.
No, they're not Laz, and I'm gonna talk about this tomorrow. Certain young men are, but it's not most young men.
Hey, and there's something to be said about relationships versus just hooking up, and that is it's the completion, it's the yin yang, it's the completion of the circle. Complement each other. Find somebody who doesn't have what you have to offer and offer it to them. But find somebody that has something that you have that they don't have and offer it to them. Because relationships based off of money, when you're both struggling, relationships based off of competition, they don't really tend to work out. But if you have something solid in yourself to where you are independent and you find an independent that emotionally and structurally completes what you don't have, both physically and how you orchestrate yourself through society, Sometimes a shy person needs a flamboyant person to get them out into public. Sometimes, a, a hard working person that doesn't make very much money also needs a hard working person that does make much money. Eh, but that's not all there is to it. Like, complete the circle. Uh, but if you're not looking to complete the circle, if you're just looking to fuck, that's where that objectification comes from. Long-term relationships, like I said, I've been married 11 years. That's not a long time when you look at how long some people have been married. But my goal, and I'm not telling you what to do, my goal is to die married to my wife and to give her every last bit of me. I am me, and I am me always. And she is her, and she is her always. Yes, we do have fights, but that doesn't mean that we go run and say, "Oh, this isn't working out." It's like, "Oh yeah, it was a fucking fight. It's an argument. It was a disagreement." But you have to go the diplomatic route and deal with each other eventually to solve problems. And if you can't solve problems with your partner, then I don't know what to tell you, because if your goal is forever, which is, the words that we got married under, then that just makes you a liar. There is no forgiveness. There is, oh, you failed today, goodbye. I
What
that's
is
what
your goals, Hank?
relationships are.
What are you looking for?
What I'm looking for?
No, Hank. Or
Oh,
you can go
Hank.
next.
Oh, no, don't worry about me, man.
No, I'm curious now. I didn't know you were looking for anything. Um, because
Um,
people are making a lot of assumptions about what it is that you want. So what are you looking for?
I gotten so used to solving problems by myself. I want someone to maybe like help me out a little bit. I guess have another person to think of so I
What
can
kind of
break
help?
away from that. Solve problem solving help because I've been solving my own problems for so long that just starting to get annoying. But I'm just I'll break through on my own at this point.
But
But
what are you looking for in a woman? Or what kind of relationship are you looking
I
for?
can't even answer the question because I haven't had enough contact with people. So I can't. I don't have enough information to answer the question.
Okay. So
So you don't.
you just need to meet women in general and kind of talk to
Yeah,
some and get a feel for what you're looking
yeah,
for.
but then when I say, well, I'm objectifying women because you don't know what you
No,
want.
I don't think you are.
My man, I said that because you kind of came off that way, but now, kind of knowing you said that you don't go out often. That is your own words, right? And I'm pretty sure that you're a nice guy, but I think that you
I'm,
have
I'm
this.
not. I'm not. I'm not a nice guy. How dare you?
You dick. I
We we love
and
them anyway somehow.
anyways, I think that you have this depiction of the world that doesn't work that well. I think that you feel that you have this list of girls that should also like you. Well, when you would meet somebody, you could be, for example, I don't know how you are in the real world, but it comes off that you don't want to, that you kind of are a shy individual or don't know really how to act or don't know really how to feel. That's normal.
I'm not
Dude,
shy. How? No, I'm not freaking shy.
and go on dates.
They don't. You need consent for to go on dates. They don't say yes. You can't go on. You can't date them anyways.
He's not finding women that are interested in
Then what do you find
like
interesting? Explain that.
No, they're not interested in me.
they're not
Listen
interested in
closely.
him.
So, and I need
He's not
consent to go
finding
on that
women
date with
that
them.
bite, that take his
Yes,
bait.
yes, I
What
need consent. You consent. You can't date them anyways. It's not allowed in this society.
Well, maybe it is because you're a little bit too aggressive.
Some women like that
Oh yeah, there
on a
are a lot.
primal evolutionary level.
You know how you call that? Hybristophiliacs. They like to write serial killers too. You could always try that category.
No, don't. That's bad advice. Don't take that advice.
I know, no.
What are you looking? You were gonna tell us what you were looking for. I didn't know. I just. Are you single?
Who?
You.
You, Frank.
Oh, me. Am I single? Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, what are you looking for?
Nothing.
Oh, okay. Well, that was easy.
I'm not too
Oh,
worried, my man. If it comes, it comes.
No, you don't have to worry if it's been coming for you.
But I don't know when it's coming. I'm just
you've
not.
had relationships in the past, though. Like you have experience.
No, not at all. Yeah, I do.
You said
And you know how
no.
to handle frustration.
Yeah, definitely.
So, I think people with no or little experience that
But that
have
shouldn't mean anything.
lower frustration tolerance because they're eager to get a taste of that experience.
Well, that's kind of a topic that's really interesting because, when people are sexually frustrated, they become aggressive and they do wild shit.
So he's perfectly normal.
Yeah, sure. If you want to become a mass shooter.
Well, I don't think he's in danger of that.
No, I'm just saying, Hank, my man, and I know that I can't convince you because you got your mind set up. And I think that you need to learn how to control that aggression because I'm pretty sure that you're full of alluring stuff, really interesting stuff. I don't think that you're a dumbass. I did say that you're a pussy. I still stand by that. And I'm saying that as a motivator. Because, dude, you're attractive enough. You look like a China version of CeeLo Green. And he's even attractive. Plus, you're attractive too. Dude, I'm making a mockery out of you, and you need to accept that because people will do
Pause.
that. No, you need to listen. And I'm just
CeeLo
making
Green.
fun of
Oh
you.
no, Hank is Hank. Hank is way better than CeeLo Green.
Exactly.
If it was you and CeeLo Green in a room, you wouldn't have anything to worry about. You'd be plucking all of them off of CeeLo.
No, Hank, my man, really. I am 100% offering you my help. If I can help you with anything, just please let me know. I wanting to drop my email if you want, because I don't feel bad for you. If I feel bad for you, then that would be concerning. But what I do want to do with you is see what I can do for you. Because,
So
go ahead.
yeah, I've been through this with pussy pole. With I'm scared. I already took this training nowhere. I don't want to do it again.
What did
So,
Paul do with you?
Um, this pretty much the same stuff. You to figure yourself. You talk more from the
Like, don't be
heart
a
and stuff.
pussy.
That's
Man
yeah,
up.
yeah. That stuff. And I found he was the pussy. He was projecting his own fears. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked me to not go into these
well,
channels. So
trust me, my man. I am not projecting any fears.
You
Because that
know,
is
no, of course not. I'm not gonna trust you.
there was something that I heard today, and it's nothing that I haven't heard before, but there is so much power in the sound of silence. So if you think you're going to sweet talk a girl, if you think there's some sort of line, if there's something that about you that you think you got to put out there that's going to be impressive, the sound of silence is so much more powerful. So say nothing and do you.
Yeah, it
yeah.
didn't
Go
work for
to what
me.
Do you?
That
It
wouldn't
didn't
work
work.
for
It
me
didn't.
either.
I tried it. It didn't work. I usually don't talk unless I need to.
Because
I don't.
Jeff,
Hank,
you
I
like
don't
to
think.
self soothe too. I mean, you rock back and forth too when it becomes silent. So, I guess,
Who, me?
yeah.
Oh no, this is the autism. I don't even realize I do it. I'm not even aware I do it. Hank, I don't think. I think for the situation, you're in a perfectly normal, understandable situation. Like I don't hear anything weird or crazy about your situation. You're inexperienced. You're trying to get some experience. You're frustrated. You just you just have to keep doing it like you have to find the numbers. You have to go find where the women are and play the numbers until one of them says yes, I'll go on a date with you. And then even then, don't get attached to that one. But at least it's a start.
I wanted to tell something, but Hank, let me tell you something. I've been doing podcasting for approximately 3-4 years now, and the channel that I have is pretty new. I do a lot of controversial stuff because I talk a lot about true crime. And I talked to a guy the 28th of 2023, and he was a content creator as well. And 2 weeks ago, he shot his wife 3 times in the face and then killed himself. So that guy had a almost just as angry as you. I'm not saying that you're that individual, but I think that you have a lot of kindness in yourself. I think that can be switched around because, to be honest, even though that I mock you because it's easy, I don't think that you're necessarily a bad guy. Really, I don't. And I think that I was truly trying to give you some guidance, and I can't because, like I said, there's no guidance into meeting women, except for me giving you some self-reflection and saying that just be yourself. And I'm not saying that in a sense because I know you, because it worked for me. I'm not actively going after women. And see, that worked for me. So I was trying to give you some self-reflection. So I am sorry if I offended you. And my man, just be patient. That's all you need to do. Because it doesn't matter how long it takes. Because trust me, you're not.
Of course, it matters how long it takes because I'm mortal. I'm 33. I'm over 1/3 in my life. Assume I lived to 99. I'm mortal. Of course, it matters. So what? So.
All right. I'm going to take a step back and drink my coffee before I'm trying to disorder you, but okay.
I think if the place that you're putting most of your dating effort is work and the panelverse, you're tapping dry wells. You're not going to find prospects
Here's my issue. There hasn't been any wet wells no matter where I went. I went to a lot of different places. I went to school.
Just keep
I went to a
looking.
makerspace. I went to dance clubs. I went to what was I doing? Went to meetup groups. None of the wells were wet.
You have to find the ones that are. It might be you might have to go through 100 or 200 different wells. That's what I'm saying. It's a search. It's a hunt. And there's no substitute. There's no shortcut. You have to keep trying a new place, until you find the one where the people you're looking for are. I've gone through hundreds of communities trying to find my people.
Yes, but but once I say I've been to all these places, then the vice versa. So,
there's not a finite list that you could check off.
Yeah.
There's an infinite amount of them. You have to just keep going to the next room.
Yeah, then the vice versa itself, once I explain I've been to all these places, they say, no, stay at a place longer.
You haven't been to all the places because there's no end to them.
Yeah, I mean, I've been through 3 churches in 2 years.
Well, there's more than 3 churches out there. That's what I'm saying. There's always a new place. There's always somewhere else to look.
You can always be a priest.
Or you could, that's a good way. Make yourself unavailable. That always draws people. If they know they can't have you.
Exactly. I mean, dude, there's almost that you don't want to have any advice because whatever I'm going to say is not going to matter anyways, right? Because you're a narcissistic little fucking goddamn pussy. So you're probably going to be angry, and I think that that's all cute and stuff. Trust me, I had multiple people yelling at me, and to be honest, I don't really give a shit because it doesn't faze me that you feel fucking goddamn entitled to have something that you do not deserve.
Yeah, of course, I don't deserve it.
No.
I have to do what you tell me to do. Of course.
No. Keep talking. Keep talking over me.
What you tell me to do. Yeah,
keep talking over me.
Yeah, I will.
Go ahead.
Because I know these guys, but you manipulative guys with your freaking narratives. Try to just.
Oh yeah, sure.
That's why I learned. That's why I learned this shit.
Sure.
I learned
because
this
you're
shit
wrong.
myself.
Because you're wrong.
Yes, I learned this shit myself. I learned this shit myself because I refuse to be controlled by guys like you.
Because you're wrong.
Outliers, that's what I keep telling him. And he thinks only guys are going to find that attractive.
Exactly.
And to go on Kendra. Go on Kendra G with either no shirt or just a tank top and your shades.
No, that is shit for Grindr, and he might be perfect for that.
Yeah, it is shit for Grindr. That's what I told him.
I think it's going to be shit for women too. More than the hats and the polos are.
So yeah, that's what I told him and what's his name? Barnabas. That's shit for Grindr.
But also be yourself. If this is yourself.
It took one day to pull someone in Grindr. So I know it worked with Grindr.
Well, that might be a switch to actually catch somebody, though.
They have women on Grindr
I don't want any more men.
Or facsimiles of.
You don't want any more men, so you already been with men, so you already expected or expanded your avenue. That's kind of neat, because you can always go to Bangkok and see, women that pretend or men that pretend to be women. Just saying.
We have those around. I have those.
They have those
on
Grindr now. You don't even have to leave the country.
And yeah, they're on Grindr too, but I already have those around me, so I'm not.
Then what are you? You're not really into it. So what are you into?
Oh my! Did we have a Oh my!
Oh my!
Swift.
What, do you like Beyonce too?
Yeah, she's good. I think I like Swift
more. As long as they got a statue, right? That matters.
Hey, do you think Kendra G is at least worth a try? It's something you haven't tried yet.
No, I don't. I don't think it's worth a try.
Okay. Because she has a big audience.
A
lot of visibility.
I don't think it's worth a try.
I heard.
I mean, you don't know till you try, but.
I heard J-Lo was not single, though.
You didn't try it.
Yeah, but I'm not that desperate for a daddy. And I don't think I'm the same way. I don't think I'm gonna find my hot satanic daddy on Kendra G either. But I won't know until I actually run the experiment. That could be the one place that he's watching at just that time, and so I understand thinking that it's not going to work, but you don't really know until you try it. And there's no harm in trying it. You like to go on panels. Just think of it as another panel. She only has you on for like 15, 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, that's not really how I want to express myself in this control environment. So I don't really like to do it. Okay. And you say it's so good, but you knew about for you and didn't do it yourself.
I didn't say it was good. I said it's something to try. I know she has a big audience, and there are people that find somebody off of there.
If it's worth a try, why haven't you tried it?
Because I'm not that motivated. It's not a priority for me.
Dude, he's fucking asking you, why don't you try it? Why didn't you try it?
He knew about
it's not my goal. This is your goal. You're the one looking for this.
It's your goal too. But you haven't.
No, it's not high on my list.
You gave me advice. You won't take it for yourself. And that's why I had to question this advice.
Don't take it then. You don't have to take it. I'm trying to help, and
why didn't you help yourself?
Since our liege has it all figured out.
Don't worry about why I don't help myself. I'm trying to help you. What does it matter about myself? Why are you shifting it to me instead of keeping the focus on you getting help?
Because it's not good. If it's not good enough for you, why would it be good enough for me?
That doesn't mean it's not going to be good enough for somebody else. Like everything doesn't. Just because one medicine doesn't work on me doesn't mean it's not going to help somebody else. That's ridiculous.
It's like your family dog when I say, "Well, I don't really like it," and you say it's good.
It's a suggestion. You don't have to take it.
You try family dog food. I said, "Well, it's so good. Why don't you eat?" And you said.
No, that's not what it's like. I reject your analogy. That's not what it's like at all.
Hank, you could always swim with dolphins to see if that narcissism kind of goes away, because that seems to be the medication that all fucking hippies like you do. You could always be a green tree hugger. Go do fucking, I don't know, Greenpeace. Go on that stupid boat that saves whales and stop bitching about it.
Why are you trying to control what I say?
Oh no, because you have everything. You have so much to say, dude. You're like the fucking Webster's dictionary of narcissism.
You've been trying to control what I've been thinking from.
No, I was giving you fucking goddamn guidance.
Who are you to guide me?
Well, then why have you wasted over an hour of my show pretending like you wanted to have this conversation when he's not even someone you're going to take guides from to begin with?
I was trying to talk about the astrology.
No, dude, you're a goddamn fraud.
Wait, the thing you said about astrology was that you don't believe it and it doesn't work. So how much more do you want to say about it? What else do you want to say about astrology?
Nothing.
If you don't think it works, then why should we talk about it? That's the same argument just used at me about Kendra G.
Untrackable, was that me in the private chat? So much frustration, no self-acceptance and love.
That's directed to you, yeah. Directly in your face. At least you can read.
I asked Untrackable. I asked Untrackable.
Yes, as far as this conversation is going, you're putting so much on being denied that you are not accepting yourself.
Okay. Is there anything I can do to convince you to accept myself?
That there is nothing you can do to make me believe that you are accepting yourself. You just need to do it.
Okay, if there's nothing I can do to convince you that I accept myself, then there's really no conversation here.
Well, this whole thing sparked because you're not getting what you want.
Yeah.
And what you want, and what you want means absolutely nothing to me.
Exactly. I agree with that too.
I'll tell you what I want, what I really want.
Yes. So we agree on those two things. So what does your advice do if I did take it? Since you already say you don't care about me, what would happen to me if I did take your advice from someone who didn't care?
Then you don't care.
It's about you caring about yourself.
Yes, which is why I don't take advice from people who don't care about me.
Okay, then why have you wasted an hour of our time?
Because this is a warning to other people who's in my same position. If you take advice from people who don't care about you, yes, if you take advice from people who don't care about you, you're going to be in a bad place because they're just trying to control you. Okay. I want you to break out of this freaking social bind.
Oh, you don't want.
I've succeeded in a life-saving course before. And the first rule of saving somebody else's life is save yourself first, because you are useless if you fail. So you putting so much pressure on the denial of others, sometimes many will fall. Take care of yourself, and then you will find the one that you can be with or save, depending on the context of the story. So you looking for somebody to say yes to you, guess what? Many will fall. Many will say no. Many will reject you, just like religion. Go ahead and be what you are and shoot your shot. But if you don't do it, you will be you alone forever.
What's wrong with that?
Everything.
You just seem frustrated. That's all. If you're happy with it, it's we're getting a totally different impression from this conversation. If there's nothing wrong with it, then we can move on to something else.
Well, Hank, what kind of movies do you like?
I don't watch Hollywood movies. I don't like them at all. I haven't watched a movie.
He didn't say what Hollywood movies. He said what movies.
So what movies?
I'm also a YouTube guy. I like following the Ultra Vegeta right now.
What about you, Jeff? What kind of movies do you like?
I like mysteries. I like reality TV. I like really good dramas. I like good movies. I can watch a movie about anything as long as it's good.
What about you,
Good
Untrackable?
writing, good characterization, good acting, good cinematography.
Agreed. Untrackable, what about you?
I love movies. I love good stories. Again, the cinematography can aid the story. I can say I grew up with being a huge fan of Forrest Gump,
Oh
but
yeah.
I also love Black Hawk Down.
Oh,
Um, I can't not cry when I watch that movie. It's come from my eyes just to watch the try of people just trying to stay alive when everything goes to shit.
oh yeah. You
That's kind
know,
of what a metaphor for life. That even in that movie, take the war out of it. Everything went to shit, but you're still here, and you're not one of the ones that you had to leave behind.
I know.
Keep trying.
I played that video game as well, Delta Force Black Hawk Down, and then I also watched that movie. And there's this really famous. You guys have to watch that movie, Black Hawk Down, because it's amazing. They fire this RPG, and it's like stuck in this guy's body. It's like one of the most famous scenes I can remember of that movie.
And something that's important about that moment is had that RPG hit something solid, it would have exploded and it
Yeah,
would have killed
yeah,
everybody.
yeah.
But that soft target didn't trigger the explosive.
It
And
went
that
from
person, but you have to leave the dead and not feel pity. You have to keep moving on. A no is a no is a no, but you still have a chance for the next moment.
you know all these. You know, I love war movies. I didn't know. I'm a huge Fast and the Furious fan. I used to do I followed a few year of a car mechanical class, and I watched Saving Private Ryan multiple times, and you know, it hit me like a couple of years ago that freaking Vin Diesel was in it. I never knew that. And now reflecting on all these movies, I go like, oh, I know that person. I know that person. But you know, back in the day when Blockbuster was there, at least you know I'm Dutch, but I'm just talking American just to talk with you guys, obviously. But I think it was freaking 2007 or something like that. And I remember I'm almost 31, and I remember the first horror movie. My brother was a huge horror movie fan. Loved all those scary movies, right? You used to watch Hellraiser, Freddy Krueger, uh, Nightmare on Elm Street, well, Freddy Krueger, and all that kind of stuff. So I got all raised with that. But the first movie that I watched with my brother alone, I still remember that to this day. That was the Blair Witch Project, and it scared the living shit out of me. Because I have to say, I love that movie. And each time that I
That's
watch
some,
it, go ahead.
oh no, I was just gonna say that connection of I saw you in this movie and then I saw you in that movie.
Yeah,
If you are a movie watcher and you're living your life, you will see actors go through progression. And
yeah,
if you understand who Tom Hardy is,
I do.
Tom Hardy was in Black Hawk Down
I,
as a
he was.
youngster. He was a private. He couldn't hear because he didn't have earplugs in and fired this machine gun, and his boys yelling at him like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." And he's like, "I can't hear a fucking thing you're saying." And next thing you know, he's playing a Marvel character. So the progression of these things, you watch. We are watching for entertainment. These people grow up through their progression in their careers. But if you're not doing you, if these movies that you're watching aren't motivating you to keep doing what you can do in your life, then uh, your entertainment has failed you.
True. It's kind of fascinating, right? Like with all these actors that we know and got to love them. Same with Gene Hackman. What happened there? Uh, that guy was mummified for 2 weeks. Can you imagine? And I still need to read up what actually happened to him. And I did see the search warrant, and didn't get to read it yet. But those are the legends. Nowadays we have all these remakes, and there's so much I don't know, so much cancel culture going on. I'm still a huge Kevin Spacey fan, to be honest, because he played in so many good movies. I mean, I don't give a. Of course, I give a shit of what happened. That doesn't mean that didn't have good movies. And see, that is wrong with the world nowadays. We have so much expectancy. We live in a world where society needs to know everything. Like I said, I don't totally justify what he did. By the way, he didn't get charged for anything, but or exonerated even, in fact. But the fact remains is that we are so far up each other's asses that when is somebody's gonna make a mistake, and if it's justified or not, everybody makes mistakes. We are not all perfect, are we?
Well, there's something to be said there as well, and to go along with that very same point is the separation between art and the artist.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I still rock the R. Kelly songs when I hear them. It didn't turn out so well for him because he was a piece of shit human. Michael Jackson had questions around his life. Who's gonna stop rocking the Michael Jackson? Kevin Spacey, definitely. As an actor, you could go down this list of privileged people who thought that their position uh, with the popularity exceeded the morality of a good life. And, you see so much good shit about Keanu Reeves. Nobody has anything bad to say about that dude ever. He didn't exploit his popularity to touch somebody inappropriately. You know what I mean?
Not that
I
we
think
know
we
of,
lost.
not that we've heard.
Not hey.
But also, when you're a celebrity, your life is under that microscope too. So people are gonna find all your dirty laundry in a way that they wouldn't for all of us.
Well, like I said, I'm
That's why
I'm
I
a
can't
big fan.
become too YouTube famous.
I'm a pretty big fan of Tom Hanks's art, but to think that he's on that Epstein list, it's like, hey, fuck that dude. It doesn't change the way that I look at, you know, the movies that I watched with
Wait, what
him.
about Tom Hanks?
I think Tom Hanks is probably on that Epstein list.
Oh, I don't know anything about the Epstein. Because there's a bunch of people that went to his island, but they weren't all there for that one alleged thing.
Hey, and just because you went to the party where the thing went down, it doesn't make you exclusively guilty for the person that set up the party or the people that did the bad shit.
Yeah.
Well, same thing with the Diddy parties. Um, However, separate the art. If you like the
Oh
movie,
yeah.
you like the movie. If that person
I
was
learned that at a very early age. I wouldn't even be able to listen to half the music I grew up with if I couldn't separate the art.
I mean, separate Mozart as a human being versus the timeless things that he created. Separate Picasso from the person. And this is when it's like, hey, tabloids didn't exist back then. To think that these people weren't popular and didn't exploit it in some sort of way uh, to be what we would consider today to maybe possibly be absolutely horrible people. But their art is exceptional. It is undeniable. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Kind of like
Hey, even in a more modern story, NASCAR, Dale Earnhardt. Dale Earnhardt had a horrible fate in crashing into the turn of Daytona, and it snapped his neck. And that's, when they started implementing the Hans device. Uh, Many other minor drivers died of the exact same incident, but because they weren't the money makers, they didn't implement the Hans device. And even Dale Jr. says, "Yeah, my dad was he was a crazy dude. He was a violent dude and stuff like that." But, separate the art from the artist, and, the art is undeniable, but the artist might be a complete total psychopath, piece of shit serial killer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I wonder how much that applies to the panelverse as well. Separate the content from the content creator. Yeah, Andy Dick too. You wouldn't be able to enjoy any of the old Ben Stiller episodes.
What was that show he was on? The news show? What was it called? Something news?
Andy Dick.
Was that the show he was on?
Let's look. He's on some YouTube channel now where they like homeless people live in a camper or something.
Oh wow. I mean, I've heard the stories about him. I
News
still think
radio.
yeah, news radio. I still think he's a funny dude,
I mean,
but
Pee Wee Herman too. Like, who was gonna give up Pee Wee's Playhouse just because he was jacking off behind a movie theater?
I grew up on Pee Wee's Playhouse. It
Me
had
too. My
Lawrence
channel's
Fishburne
modeled
in it.
after it.
Fucking Lawrence Fishburne was the
Cowboy
cowboy.
Curtis. Yep.
I wouldn't have Lawrence Fishburne without Pee Wee.
And he was on The
Now
Color Purple before that.
the fact that he jerked off in public, it doesn't change Pee Wee for me.
No, me
It
neither.
just means that the
Just
the
gives it a new
artist was an
connotation.
adult and he had some sexual frustrations, and he chose to take them out in public rather than he didn't have the internet, but he jerked off in a movie theater, and next thing you know, you can't say his name anymore. Go
I
fuck
can't. Pee
yourself.
Wee, Pee Wee, Pee Wee, Pee Wee, Pee Wee Herman, Pee Wee,
Yep,
Paul Rubens.
all Rubens. And there's other things too. Like you look at these heroes, whether they be cops or military personnel or something like that. It's like on this day, this person earned this medal because they saved so many lives and took down so many enemies. Yeah, and maybe they beat their wives, and maybe they did some very unscrupulous things to make that happen. You may never hear some of these stories, but when you do hear them, it's like, isn't that a fucking war crime? It's like, well, I mean, do you understand war? But at the same time, was that really necessary? It becomes disgusting, but it doesn't change the day that they saved somebody's lives and took out bad guys. There are plenty of innocent people that die in war, in all the wars. But yeah, this one person that got the medal, separate the art from the artist,
Yeah.
because
Same with Donald Trump. I wonder how many people are still able to go back and watch old Apprentice episodes.
we are all capable of doing horrible things in every instance, in every moment of our lives. If
I keep
somebody
saying
that
that.
is If somebody does something good, it doesn't make them a saint. It doesn't make them untouchable. Take what they did that was good and be thankful that good was done. But when they do bad, you know, hey, still maintain that record of something good was done. But, you know, you still stand accountable for your actions and you did something fucked up after the fact. So sorry. Move on.
Thank
Such
you,
as
Hank.
history.
I feel bad taking that, but thank you. Oh, oh my God. Brown's trolled. He's trolling money out of people. That's the thing about super chats is you can't reject it. Like there's no way to not accept them. You're forced. You have money forced on you. Yeah, Mike's been around. Dude, Mike.
Yeah, Mike's around all the time.
Yeah, Mike, you've been getting a lot of. You've been quite the topic of conversation lately, and I don't
Yeah,
know why.
yeah. I don't mind Mike. I
No,
don't.
I
mi-
don't either. I've never had an issue with Mike.
I had small issues with Mike, but he's not that bad.
Okay.
His haters are just very aggressive.
I think what so many people lack is talking to people and so much talking about people. So
Well,
when
then
you're here, when you're here, I can talk to you. But when you're not here, well, really,
we
what's the
can talk
point of
about you.
bringing up your name? Yeah, you guys can talk about me. That's your choice.
Yeah,
But
it's
you
just
see what I mean.
But
yeah,
it's all live anyway. I don't ever feel like I'm talking behind somebody's back on stream because they can see it. It's all out in the open.
exactly. It's on the record, and if it's underneath the show up, they could query the record.
Yeah.
And it's just gossip. It's a power move because well he's doing this and you're doing that and I don't and I don't want to do that. I want to do this instead. It's just a power move.
The only reason I'm ever talking behind someone's back is because they happen to not be there in person. I don't say anything different that I would say to their face.
Yeah, and if I asked Jeff about it, he would just tell me again. He's the same thing he said last time.
Well, in that case, you know, I would be more likely to be like, "Hey, Mike, come up here," uh, rather than run the verses without an individual being the topic of discussion. I guess you
Run
could
the
say.
verses. I love that. It's Is it closed? I didn't. It seemed like a.
It's open.
It seemed like I don't know. One. There's always a new dimension to it.
There were two guys on this show today that I haven't talked to before, haven't seen before. It's open.
Who do we get? Frank and
Um,
let me look at my list.
the guy. No, that was just past after.
Oh, African had a friend with him.
Yeah, friend of him. Yeah.
Yeah, and we've been having a few new people come on. We had that guy that was telling about his laundry. His girlfriend messed up his laundry. We've been getting
How
a
do you
few
mess
drunk
up
Brits.
Hey, I'm sorry. Can you tell me that? Like, how do you mess up laundry?
Bleach powder.
She did. First of all, it's one of those little mini washers that you hook up to your like tub or something. So it's not a real washer to begin with. So it doesn't really clean. So you have to be very careful about how you wash your clothes anyway. And they did the shirts and stuff, and they got them all clean, and they were ready to dry them. And she threw a dirty rug into the dryer, a bath mat that got wet, and it was dirty. And she threw it in with the clean shirts that they had just washed in this mini washer to dry off the bath mat along with the shirts. And then it was going to make all the shirts dirty.
Whoops.
And it didn't pay to go back and have to rewash all the shirts because it was a very laborious process to wash them in the first place. So it really frustrated him that she did that.
Yeah, bro, that is insane because I find it. I don't care how you wash your clothes. I don't care if you scrub them on a scrub board and then hang them up to dry out in the yard in the sun. It is. I imagine it's frustrating because it is so hard to fuck up cleaning something. You know what I mean?
But throwing in a dirty rug with clean clothes would be one way to do it.
Mm, let's go.
Yeah, I think it would, but at the same time, it was like, what? Have you never cleaned anything before? You don't just throw a dirty thing in with your drying
I
thing.
even know that.
I'm sorry. I mean, no, not you personally, but it is such a simple task. Even at its most raw, you know, like I said, hot water and squeezing things and rubbing them with a stone and then hanging them up to dry. You don't clip a dirty rug to a clean shirt and think that they're gonna dry, that dirt from the rug that wasn't cleaned, you're just trying to dry it. You put dirty shit with clean shit, and even in the drying process, you're gonna have the transfer of the nasty. So what the fuck, man?
It's a kind of math problem for me. If we got it dirty again, clean it again. I don't feel it's that big of a deal.
Yeah, well, part of the frustration was it was this mini washer thing. It didn't work like a normal wash. So cleaning it again was a big task. You couldn't just like rerun the load. I used to use hot and warm as much as I could, but then my mom told me that she only uses cold. Like I use hot on the I like my socks and underwear and stuff. The stuff that it doesn't matter on. But I switched to cold. Now I use cold on everything after she told me that. But I used to wash all my shirts and my pants and everything on hot.
I washed on warm to make the soap activate more. But
Yeah, I used to do warm too.
Yeah.
And she said it gets them perfectly clean with cold and it doesn't stress them out as much as the hot water does.
It really kind of depends on the amount of soilization, I guess you could say.
So if they're really dirty, you would up the temperature.
If you've got mud, if you've got oil, if you've got grease, if you've got food on your clothes, like I often do.
And that's just from your beard. No, I'm just kidding.
The cold doesn't heat loosens things up.
Yeah. That's why I would do it, because it was like an extra layer of security of cleanliness.
But if you don't have that stuff on the majority of what you're doing, yeah, cold's fine.
So
It's
for
water.
everyday wash is cold. Yeah, that's what I switched to.
Yeah.
Gosh. Oh,
Because,
and he washes everything hot. That's what I used to do. Hot was my default, unless there was a reason to do cold. And now cold is my default, unless there's a reason to do hot.
Yeah, and I can also say that I don't wear anything. I don't even think I own anything that's sensitive. So like, sometimes, ladies for the most part have sensitive clothes. My wife's clothes do not go in the laundry with my clothes because of the fabric type. Almost everything I have is some sort of safe synthetic that I want to shrink up a little bit, or it's cotton. So, but at the same time, I tend to get dirty. And so when I wash something, I do the warm. I don't do the hot, but I do the warm. But if I'm washing something, something I'm gonna wear to a wedding or something like that, something that is intended to never, ever, ever get dirty, Yeah, I'll put it on cold. But oftentimes I don't give a shit and I won't change the setting. So everybody can do their own thing the way that they do it. Because hot water does cost money.
It
You
causes
know what
what?
I mean? It costs money.
Oh.
Yeah, and
Oh yeah, I don't care about that part. I guess.
It might
they
be
both cost money.
a quarter a week, but it does you know,
It
it
adds up.
costs. It does. But at the same time, at least we're all talking about washing our clothes, so we're not walking around like nasty Nellies. You know what I
Right,
mean?
yeah.
This
Men
is a community
men
right in
doing
of itself.
laundry.
Hey, Hank, you wash your clothes? Hell yeah, brother. We're in the same community.
Oh, I have to have a shower every day and I have to have clean I cannot do filth. I just could. I would have a very hard time being homeless for that reason. Helena, it might be there's been a few disturbances of the force tonight, and this is not even our planetary parade episode yet because I'm going to wrap this one up. I have something to do in about 20 minutes, and then when that's over, in a couple of hours, I'm going to start up the actual planetary parade episode. So there's still another episode to go in our triple stream Friday. And then tomorrow, I'm going to be out at the usual time, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, talking about Andrew Tate and the young men that follow him.
That's good. I'm
And
good. I'm
then,
glad you're covering.
Tuesday's Mardi Gras, so I'll be doing something Monday and Tuesday as well.
But yeah,
Have you seen it yet? Those of you, it's supposed to happen at dusk. So those of you that live where it's already dark and have a clear view of the sky, let me know if you can see it. And if you can take pictures or video, that's even better.
Hey,
Yeah, I don't have the equipment.
what are we looking at with the planetary
Here,
parade?
I'll show you. It's the planetary parade. It's a rare event, and tonight all of the planets. Let me find it.
I could probably go to the observatory, but
All
it's
of the
probably
planets
online.
are going to be lined up, or most of, a lot of them.
Invisible in the United States?
Yes.
Where's the chart? Hang on. This right here. Let me or I guess I can't make it bigger. Yeah. See, this is the horizon. Now you're going to need binoculars or a telescope to see Neptune and Saturn, but you should be able to see Venus, Mercury, Uranus. You're going to need binoculars too, but you should be able to see Mars, Jupiter, Mercury, Venus. Does this count the moon? Anyway, there's going to be all these
No.
planets lined up next to each other. It's called a
Right.
planetary parade.
What's the time frame for the lineup? If it
They
can be
say
said.
dusk, just after sunset. As soon as the night sky becomes visible, you should be able to see them.
Well, hold on.
And they have videos, but I don't want to play them in case they're copyrighted. Yeah, me too, Plasma. Although I already know that with the town I live in, there's too much light pollution. I'm probably not going to be able to see much from the city.
Yes, same here. I had to go at least further south of my county. There's an observatory, but I'm not. I really
But
don't
I'll
care
be
about it that
out in a
much.
few more hours for the planetary episode. At least maybe y'all can see it and then share your videos and pictures and we can talk about it.
I don't have astronomy equipment set up. It's like a lonely endeavor unless you're trying to debunk flat earthers.
And there's probably YouTube channels doing
Yeah,
it too.
guys.
I can.
Yeah.
Even with the street lights clouding, causing light disturbance, I can see Orion's belt over my house. I can see plenty of stars. There's a plane flying over,
Oh, you're out now.
but oh man, it's tough because you got to squint for these ones, and it's not exactly a straight line, but I definitely see 3 or 4 dots.
That might be
um,
them.
over my neighbor's house.
You
Like
know
we
what?
have
Let
the
me see if there's a
clearest.
YouTube video right now or Twitter or something. Somebody
And
may have
again,
already posted something.
I don't really get into this stuff, and I got street light disturbance, but um, the dots in the sky will there'll always be something to look up at and be like, hey, you know what I mean?
I love looking at the stars.
Yeah, but
But the
when I
real
look
star, like
over,
when you're out away from the city type stars.
but when
We used to
but
go
when
to
I
the
look up,
cemeteries out in the woods and look at them.
but when I look up over my house, Orion's belt is when I look back at my house, uh, it is directly over my house. The three stars and the sword. That's wild. Yeah, that's awesome.
I
And
do
we
want to
have the
get out
perfect.
today, so I'm gonna jump off. At least do a little bit of running after dusk.
I don't
And you
see
said
any
you're
good
about to,
videos of it yet.
and you said you're about to cut off and do another stream.
Yeah, I
I
have.
may.
Well, yeah, in a few hours I'll be doing another stream. I need to wrap this one up because I have something to do in 20 minutes, and then I'll be
Yeah,
free
it's all
after
good.
that.
Well, thanks for having me as always.
Yeah, thanks for
And
coming up.
and thanks for the other guests. Hank is awesome. It was
Hank,
nice to
yeah,
meet
we like
Frank,
Hank. We like Hank. And
and
Frank, we got
it
to
was
meet
nice.
today.
Yeah.
And
So everybody take care, and I'll see you when I see you. I probably won't be back for your next one, but it's always good to see you.
you too, you as well. Goblin, yeah, you too. Take it easy. Everyone else, I'm gonna wind this one up, but I will be out for our third. It's a triple feature today. So in a couple of hours, I'll be back for a third episode, evening episode, dedicated to the planetary parade. And if you missed that one, I'll be out at my usual time on Saturdays, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, talking about Mr. Andrew Tate. So I'll either see you later tonight or I'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Go see the planets if you haven't already, or try to. Or if not, I'll try to find some videos when I come back for the other stream. And get something to eat. And, I don't know, touch some grass. And I'll see you in a few hours. Take care. Hail to the planet.